Today, I've prepared the biography of Eleanor Roosevelt. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, pulling the covers up just the way you like them, let your mind drift gently to a different time and place. Tonight, we'll explore the remarkable life of Eleanor Roosevelt, a woman who redefined what it meant to be a first lady. Her story is one of transformation, courage, and compassion, perfect to accompany you as you drift into peaceful slumber. Her gentle voice once soothed a nation during difficult times, and now her story will guide you toward restful dreams. Feel your breathing slow as we begin this journey together through the life of one of history's most influential women. In the gentle twilight of the late 19th century, when America was still finding its way through the aftermath of the Civil War, a small child named Eleanor Roosevelt came into the world on a crisp autumn day. It was October 11, 1884, when Eleanor, as she would come to be known throughout her life, was born into a world of privilege and pain, of tremendous wealth and profound loneliness. The soft lamplight of the Roosevelt family home on West 37th Street in New York City welcomed this tiny girl, who would one day become one of the most influential women in American history. Eleanor's family belonged to New York's elite social circles, a world of plush drawing rooms and whispered conversations, of rustling silk dresses and the gentle clink of fine china teacups. Her father, Elliot Roosevelt, was the younger brother of Theodore Roosevelt, who would later become President of the United States. Elliot was a handsome man with a charming smile and eyes that seemed to dance with life. He moved through society with grace and ease, his laughter filling rooms and his presence commanding attention without effort. Eleanor's mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, descended from the prestigious Livingston family, carried herself with the quiet dignity of old wealth. She was considered a great beauty of her time, with delicate features and a complexion that seemed to glow in the soft light of evening gatherings. The Roosevelt home was one of privilege, where the gentle patter of servants' footsteps could be heard along the corridors, where fires were always lit before the family entered a room, and where young Eleanor's nursery was filled with beautiful toys from around the world. The curtains would sway softly in the breeze coming through the windows, and the distant sounds of carriage wheels on cobblestone streets would lull the young child to sleep. Yet, beneath this veneer of perfection lay currents of sadness that would shape Eleanor's early years. Her father, whom she adored with the complete devotion only a child can offer, struggled with alcoholism. His demons chased him through the elegant parlors and quiet libraries of their world. Elliot Roosevelt's battle with this illness meant periods of absence from the family home, times when young Eleanor would stand by the window, her small fingers pressed against the glass, watching and waiting for her beloved father to return. She would later recall the warmth of his embrace when he did come home, how he would swing her up into his arms and call her Little Nell, his eyes crinkling at the corners when he smiled down at her. Eleanor's mother, Anna, found her daughter's appearance disappointing. In the soft whispers of family conversations, it was noted that Eleanor had not inherited her mother's beauty. The child was serious-faced, with prominent front teeth and solemn eyes that seemed to take in everything around her. Anna would sometimes sigh when looking at her daughter, and this quiet disappointment settled into Eleanor's young heart like autumn leaves drifting to the ground, silent but ever-present. The nursery where Eleanor spent much of her early childhood was a place of contradictions, filled with beautiful things, but often lacking in warmth. The nanny who cared for her moved about the room with efficient steps, ensuring the child was clean and properly dressed. But the tender embraces that children crave were scarce. Eleanor would often sit quietly with a book, the pages turning slowly under her small fingers, finding companionship in stories when human connection felt distant. When Eleanor was just 8 years old, the gentle rhythm of her childhood, however imperfect, was broken entirely. Her mother, Anna, contracted diphtheria, a disease that swept through communities with terrible swiftness in those days before modern medicine. The illness took Anna quickly, leaving Eleanor and her brothers in a house that suddenly seemed too large, too quiet. The servants moved about with hushed voices, and relatives came and went, their black mourning clothes rustling as they passed through doorways. Just months after this devastating loss, before Eleanor had even begun to understand the permanence of her mother's absence, tragedy struck again. Her beloved father, Elliot, whose struggles had only deepened after Anna's death, passed away as well. At the tender age of 10, Eleanor had lost both parents, leaving her in a world that suddenly seemed vast and uncertain. Following these profound losses, Eleanor and her brothers went to live with their maternal grandmother, Mary Livingston Hall, in a household that valued propriety above all else. Grandmother Hall's home operated on strict schedules and stricter rules. The grandfather clock in the hallway would tick away the hours with solemn regularity, marking time in a household where children were expected to be seen, but rarely heard. The young girl who had once been called Little Nell by her adoring father now became simply Eleanor, a quiet child moving through the rooms of her grandmother's house like a shadow. Her cousins sometimes visited, bringing momentary brightness with their games and laughter. But these were brief interludes in days, otherwise filled with lessons in deportment, French vocabulary, and proper manners for a young lady of society. Eleanor found solace in books during these years, losing herself in stories of far-off places and brave heroes. She would sit by the window in her room, the pages illuminated by soft afternoon light, while outside the seasons changed from the gentle greens of spring to the rich golds of autumn. and then to winter's pristine white blanket of snow. The world within books offered escape from the loneliness that seemed to follow her through the echoing hallways of her grandmother's home. Despite the emotional austerity of her environment, Eleanor was not entirely without affection in her childhood. Her uncle Theodore Roosevelt, who would later become the 26th President of the United States, took a special interest in his niece. On his occasional visits, he would bring a different energy into the house. His booming voice and enthusiastic manner contrasting sharply with the usual hushed tones. He called Eleanor his favorite niece and encouraged her curious mind, sometimes bringing her books or telling her stories of his adventures. These visits were like sudden bursts of sunlight through clouds, warming Eleanor's spirit, if only temporarily. When Eleanor was 15 years old, her grandmother made the decision to send her to a Lenswood Academy, a finishing school for girls located outside London, England. The journey across the Atlantic was Eleanor's first great adventure, though she embarked upon it with the trepidation natural to a girl who had known little but loss and constraint. The ship moved through the waters with gentle persistence, much like Eleanor herself had moved through her early years, and each day at sea took her further from the familiar confines of her grandmother's house toward an unknown future. A Lenswood Academy proved to be transformative for the shy, serious young woman. Under the guidance of the school's headmistress, Marie Sylvester, Eleanor began to blossom. Mademoiselle Sylvester was a progressive educator who valued intellectual curiosity and independent thinking. She recognized something special in Eleanor, a depth of thought and feeling that had gone largely unappreciated in her previous environment. The school itself was housed in a lovely old building with ivy climbing its walls and gardens that burst into color each spring. Girls moved between classes with books clutched to their chests, their conversations flowing in a mixture of English and French. In this environment, far removed from the constraints of her grandmother's house, Eleanor began to find her voice. Mademoiselle Sylvester took a particular interest in Eleanor, inviting her to join in discussions about literature, philosophy, and politics. Subjects rarely considered appropriate for young women in that era. During school holidays, the headmistress even invited Eleanor to travel with her through Europe. Together, they visited museums in Paris, where soft footsteps echoed on marble floors as they gazed at masterpieces. They walked through the narrow streets of Italian villages, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the salt air. And they attended concerts where the music seemed to wrap around Eleanor like a gentle embrace. These experiences opened Eleanor's eyes to a world far beyond the drawing rooms of New York society. She saw poverty and struggle firsthand, witnessing how differently people lived outside her privileged circle. She observed the strength of women in various cultures who carried water, tended children, and maintained households with quiet dignity. These observations settled deep within her, like seeds that would later grow into her lifelong commitment to social justice. At Lenswood, Eleanor also formed her first true friendships. Among the other girls, she found companions who valued her for her mind rather than her family connections or appearance. They would sit together in the evenings, the soft glow of lamps illuminating their circle as they shared stories and dreams. For perhaps the first time in her life, Eleanor felt truly seen and appreciated when Eleanor returned to New York at the age of 18. She was a changed young woman, still quiet and thoughtful by nature. She nonetheless carried within her a new confidence and a broader understanding of the world. The city of her birth seemed both familiar and strange to her now. The streets and buildings the same, but her perspective altered by her time abroad. Society expected Eleanor, as a young woman of her standing, to make her debut and enter the marriage market. The social season in New York was a whirl of parties and balls, where young women in white dresses were presented to society, while anxious mothers watched from the sidelines, hoping for advantageous matches. Eleanor participated in these rituals with the same sense of duty that had characterized her childhood, attending functions in gowns that had been carefully selected, her hair arranged according to the latest fashion. It was during this period that Eleanor reconnected with her fifth cousin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Franklin was handsome and charming, a Harvard man with political ambitions and an engaging smile. Their paths had crossed occasionally during childhood, but now they met as adults at a social gathering where the soft music of an orchestra provided background to their conversation. Their courtship progressed with the measured pace typical of their social class. They attended events together, took carriage rides through Central Park, where the changing seasons painted different backdrops to their growing relationship, and exchanged letters when apart. Franklin was drawn to Eleanor's intelligence and depth, qualities that set her apart from many of the other young women in their social circle. In 1903, at the age of 19, Eleanor became engaged to Franklin, though the engagement was kept secret for a year at the insistence of Franklin's mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah was a formidable woman who had raised Franklin as a widow and maintained a powerful influence over her only child. She viewed Eleanor with a mixture of acceptance and reservation, recognizing the Roosevelt connection as appropriate, but perhaps finding Eleanor's serious nature and lack of conventional beauty less than ideal for her beloved son. The wedding took place on March 17, 1905, a crisp spring day when the promise of new beginnings hung in the air. President Theodore Roosevelt, Eleanor's uncle, gave the bride away, his larger-than-life presence filling the church as he walked his niece down the aisle. Eleanor wore a gown of ivory satin with a high collar and carried a bouquet of lilies. As she and Franklin exchanged vows, the soft light filtering through stained glass windows, cast gentle colors across their faces, a kaleidoscope of possibility for their future together. And so began the next chapter in Eleanor Roosevelt's life, one that would eventually lead her from the sheltered world of her childhood to the global stage. The shy, lonely girl who had once stood at windows watching for her father's return would one day stand before the world as an advocate for human rights, a voice for the voiceless, and a first lady who redefined the role. But on that wedding day, as church bells rang out across New York City, she was simply a young woman stepping forward into her future, carrying with her the experiences that had shaped her early years, the losses and the loneliness, the discoveries and the growth, all forming the foundation of the remarkable woman she would become. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the quiet corners of history, among the whispered stories of America's past, we find the gentle roots of Eleanor Roosevelt's family tree, branches extending back through time like delicate tendrils reaching toward distant shores. Let us drift together through the misted landscapes of her ancestry, where the Roosevelt name first took shape in the Netherlands, in a time when windmills turned slowly against cloudy skies and wooden shoes clattered softly on cobblestone streets. The Roosevelt lineage began with Cleese Martensen van Roosevelt, who arrived on American shores in the 1640s, a Dutch immigrant seeking new beginnings in the settlement of New Amsterdam, which would later become New York City. His name, meaning of the rose field, carried with it the scent of European gardens, a fragrance that would linger through generations. As we imagine Cleese stepping onto the soil of Manhattan Island, we can almost feel the texture of that moment, the salt air, the distant calls of seabirds, the weight of hope and uncertainty balanced in equal measure. From Cleese, the Roosevelt family tree divided into two main branches, the Oyster Bay Roosevelts and the Hyde Park Roosevelts, like a river splitting around a stone, flowing in separate but parallel courses. Eleanor's lineage followed the Oyster Bay branch, while her future husband Franklin descended from the Hyde Park line. These two streams, moving independently through time, would one day converge in their marriage, bringing together distant cousins whose shared name carried different memories, different traditions. Was a man of gentle compassion and quiet philanthropy. In the soft glow of oil lamps, he would gather his family around him, instilling in his children values of service and responsibility. He moved through New York society with grace, his generosity flowing outward like ripples on still water. Eleanor's father, Elliot Roosevelt, inherited his mother's sensitive nature and his father's sense of adventure, a spirited young man with eyes that seemed to reflect both mischief and melancholy. Elliot moved through his privileged world with charm and restlessness. In the golden afternoon light of a summer day in 1883, Elliot met a young woman named Anna Rebecca Hall at a debutante ball. Anna with her delicate features and quiet dignity, came from a distinguished family whose roots reached deep into New York society. The Halls traced their lineage back to the earliest English settlers, their family stories interwoven with the founding narratives of America. Anna's mother, Mary Livingston Ludlow, descended from the prominent Livingston family, whose name was etched into the history of New York since the 17th century. The Livingstons had arrived from Scotland, bringing with them Presbyterian values of education and civic responsibility. Family gatherings at the Livingston estates would have been filled with discussions of politics and literature, the air heavy with the scent of leather-bound books and polished wood. In these elegant rooms, portraits of ancestors looked down from walls, silent witnesses to the passage of generations. When Elliot and Anna married in December 1883, their union represented not just the joining of two people, but the blending of distinguished American lineages. Their wedding, held in Calvary Church in New York City, brought together the Roosevelt spirit of adventure and the Hall tradition of refinement. Snow may have fallen softly outside the church windows as they exchanged their vows, the winter light casting a pearly glow over the assembled family members, each carrying their own inheritance of stories and values. Little Anna Elenor Rosevelt, called Eleanor from the beginning, arrived on October 11, 1884, in a brownstone house on West 37th Street in New York City. The autumn leaves would have been turning gold and crimson in Central Park as her first cries filled the nursery. She entered a world of privilege and comfort, where silver spoons and monogrammed linens awaited her, where family traditions centuries in the making would shape her earliest experiences. As a child, Eleanor would have heard stories of her ancestors told in the gentle voices of nursemaids and relatives. Perhaps she learned about her great-grandfather William Hall, who built a beautiful estate called Tivoli on the Hudson River, where generations of Halls gathered for summer retreats. The estate, with its sweeping lawns rolling down to the river's edge, represented the stability and permanence of family connections, a physical manifestation of lineage and belonging. From her mother's side, Eleanor inherited a certain reserve, a quietness that seemed to run through the Hall family like a hidden stream. The Halls valued propriety and composure, traits that would both comfort and constrain Eleanor as she grew. Family gatherings at her maternal grandparents' home would have been formal affairs, with children expected to speak only when spoken to, their small hands carefully holding delicate china teacups during afternoon visits. From her father's Roosevelt side came a different energy, a love of the outdoors, a capacity for joy, a willingness to break with convention when necessary. Elliot Roosevelt, despite his later struggles with alcoholism, gave his daughter early memories of laughter and adventure. He called her Little Nell, a tender nickname that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. In letters he wrote to her during separations, his affection flowed across the page, assuring her of her special place in his heart. Family traditions shaped Eleanor's early years like gentle hands molding clay. Holiday celebrations followed patterns established generations before Thanksgiving dinners, with specific dishes served in a particular order. Christmas mornings with rituals of gift-giving that honored both the hall formality and the Roosevelt exuberance. Summer vacations often took the family to Tivoli or to other family properties, where Eleanor learned to swim in the same waters where her mother had played as a child, continuing a lineage of experience that connected her to those who came before. The Roosevelt tradition of public service hummed in the background of Eleanor's childhood like distant music. Her Uncle Theodore's political rise would have been discussed in drawing rooms and at dinner tables, his name appearing in newspapers that were folded neatly beside breakfast plates. Though Eleanor was still young, these conversations seeped into her consciousness, planting seeds of civic responsibility that would later bloom into her own remarkable public life. Yet Eleanor's childhood was not the unbroken idyll that her family background might have promised. Shadows fell across those early years, darkening the legacy she inherited. Her mother, Anna, beautiful but remote, seemed to find little joy in motherhood. She called Eleanor Granny because of the child's serious demeanor, a nickname that carried with it a subtle sting of disapproval. Anna moved through their home like a lovely ghost, her attention often elsewhere, leaving Eleanor yearning for a warmth that remained just beyond reach. When Eleanor was 8 years old, her mother died of diphtheria, her life extinguished like a candle flame in a sudden draft. The family traditions that had seemed so solid, so eternal, revealed their fragility in that moment of loss. Less than 2 years later, her father Elliot, long struggling with alcoholism and inner demons, also passed away. The orphaned Eleanor and her brothers were taken in by their maternal grandmother, Mary Livingston Hall, who continued to raise them in the Hall family traditions. Though now these customs carried the weight of absence. In her grandmother's home, Eleanor learned the intricate social rules of her class, the proper way to address a letter, how to receive guests, which fork to use for which course at dinner. These lessons in etiquette were more than mere formalities. They were the language of her heritage, the accumulated wisdom of generations navigating society. Yet, beneath these lessons lay deeper values, responsibility to those less fortunate, the importance of education, the quiet strength found in dignity, maintained through difficulty. When Eleanor was 15, her grandmother sent her to Lenswood, a school outside London run by a remarkable Frenchwoman named Marie Souvester. This decision, though following the tradition of providing young women of her class with finishing school education, opened new horizons for Eleanor. At Lenswood, she encountered different cultural traditions, different ways of thinking. Mademoiselle Sylvester encouraged independent thought and social awareness, values that both complemented and challenged the traditions Eleanor had inherited upon her return to America. Eleanor was reintroduced to her fifth cousin once removed, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Though they had met briefly as children, they now encountered each other as young adults at a social gathering where family connections formed the invisible threads linking everyone present. Franklin carried his own rich inheritance of Roosevelt traditions, though from the Hyde Park branch of the family, where the emphasis on public service took a somewhat different form than in Eleanor's Oyster Bay line. In 1903, at the age of 19, Eleanor became engaged to Franklin, though the engagement was kept secret for a year at the insistence of Franklin's mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah was a formidable woman who had raised Franklin as a widow and maintained a powerful influence over her only child. She viewed Eleanor with a mixture of acceptance and reservation, recognizing the Roosevelt connection as appropriate, but perhaps finding Eleanor's serious nature and lack of conventional beauty less than ideal for her beloved son. The Delano side of Franklin's family brought yet another stream of American heritage into Eleanor's life. The Delanos had made their fortune in the China trade, their ships sailing distant seas and returning with treasures from the Orient. They carried with them stories of far-off places, a cosmopolitan worldview that would eventually blend with Eleanor's own expanding horizons. Sarah Delano Roosevelt's home was filled with objects that spoke of these journeys: delicate porcelain, intricately carved jade, silk tapestries, with scenes of mountains and rivers from lands Eleanor had only read about in books. As Eleanor prepared for marriage, she found herself navigating between different family traditions: the formal propriety of the halls, the vigorous public-mindedness of the Roosevelts, and now the cultured sophistication of the Delanos. Like a river joining the sea, her individual identity both merged with and remained distinct from these powerful currents of heritage. The wedding took place on March 17, 1905, a crisp spring day when the promise of new beginnings hung in the air. President Theodore Roosevelt, Eleanor's uncle, gave the bride away, his larger-than-life presence filling the church as he walked his niece down the aisle. Eleanor wore a gown of ivory satin with a high collar and carried a bouquet of lilies. As she and Franklin exchanged vows, the soft light filtering through stained glass windows cast gentle colors across their faces, a kaleidoscope of possibility for their future together. In the years that followed, Eleanor would create her own family traditions with Franklin, blending inherited customs with new patterns shaped by their unique partnership. Their children grew up with stories of both Roosevelt branches, their identity formed by this rich confluence of American history. Christmas celebrations at Hyde Park combined Sarah's formal elegance with touches of the warmth Eleanor had missed in her own childhood. Summer vacations at Campobello Island established new traditions that would be passed down through generations. The salt air and pine forests becoming as much a part of the family heritage as the drawing rooms of New York as Franklin's political career advanced. Eleanor found herself reconnecting with the Roosevelt tradition of public service, though in her own distinctive way. The values that had flowed through her family for generations, responsibility, education, compassion, found expression in her increasingly independent activities. She carried forward the best of her inheritance, while gently setting aside aspects that no longer served the world she saw emerging around her. Throughout her remarkable life, Eleanor Roosevelt remained connected to her roots, even as she grew beyond them. The shy girl who had absorbed the lessons of her lineage became a woman who would help reshape America's understanding of itself. In her quiet strength, we can see echoes of ancestors who crossed oceans and built new lives. In her compassion, we find the best traditions of families who believed in responsibility to others. In her courage, we glimpse the spirit that had animated generations before her. As we drift now toward sleep, we can imagine Eleanor in quiet moments of reflection, perhaps standing at a window at Valkill, her personal retreat in Hyde Park, watching the play of light on the Hudson River, the same river that had flowed past the homes of her ancestors, carrying their stories forward through time. In the gentle current of that river, in the soft rustling of leaves in ancient trees that had witnessed the passage of generations, in the enduring landscape that had shaped her family's experience, Eleanor found her place in a continuous narrative of American life, a narrative to which she would add her own remarkable chapter. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle light of late 19th century New York, little Eleanor Roosevelt's world unfurled like a delicate flower, shaped by environments both privileged and emotionally austere. Born in 1884 into one of America's most distinguished families, Eleanor's earliest years were spent in a brownstone on West 37th Street in Manhattan, a neighborhood that hummed with the quiet affluence of New York's social elite. The Roosevelt home stood dignified among others of its kind, with tall windows that filtered the morning sunlight into patterns on polished wooden floors, and heavy drapes that rustled softly when evening breezes found their way inside. The rooms of Eleanor's childhood home were spacious and adorned with the careful selections of generations, oriental rugs whose intricate patterns told stories of faraway places, furniture of dark, gleaming wood that had witnessed decades of Roosevelt family conversations, and paintings in gilt frames that gazed down upon the small girl as she moved through her days. The air carried the mingled scents of beeswax polish, leather-bound books, and the delicate perfume her mother, Anna, favored, a fragrance that would forever after bring Eleanor back to these early days. whenever she encountered it in later life. In these rooms, the sounds of Eleanor's childhood played like a gentle symphony, the soft ticking of grandfather clocks marking time in unhurried measures, the distant clatter of horses' hooves on cobblestone streets below the windows, the rustle of her mother's silk skirts as she moved from room to room, and occasionally the warm, resonant laughter of her father, Elliot, when he was present and in good spirits. The household staff moved with practiced quiet through the home, their footsteps muffled on carpeted stairs, their voices kept low in deference to the family they served. Beyond the windows of the brownstone lay a New York City in transition, growing and stretching into a new era. Horse-drawn carriages still dominated the streets, their rhythmic clip-clop a constant backdrop to city life, though the first electric streetlights were beginning to replace gas lamps, casting pools of yellow illumination onto sidewalks at night. The air carried the complex aromas of a bustling city, the earthy scent of horses, the smoke from coal fires, the occasional waft of bread baking in neighborhood bakeries, and in spring, the sweet perfume of flowering trees in nearby parks. For young Eleanor, the city beyond her home existed in glimpses. Carefully chaperoned walks through Central Park, where nannies pushed perambulators along winding paths, and the leaves of ancient trees created dappled patterns of sunlight and shadow on the ground. The park offered a curated taste of nature within the urban landscape. The soft chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, the cool touch of mist rising from ponds in early morning, and the distant laughter of other children at play. In these early years, Eleanor's world expanded to include summers at Tivoli, her maternal grandparents' estate along the Hudson River. Here, the rhythm of life slowed to match the gentle flow of the river itself. The grand house stood on a rise, overlooking the water, its windows framing views that changed with the seasons, spring's tender green giving way to summer's lush abundance, autumn's fiery display, and winter's stark beauty, when snow blanketed the grounds and ice formed along the river's edge. At Tivoli, Eleanor experienced a different sensory world than her Manhattan existence. Mornings began with birdsong filtering through curtains, stirred by cool river breezes. The air carried the clean scent of water, earth, and growing things. The house itself had its own particular symphony. The creaking of old floorboards that had supported generations, the gentle tapping of rain on wide window panes during summer storms, the crackling of fires in stone hearths when evenings turned cool, and the distant dinner gong that called the family together at day's end. The grounds of Tivoli offered Eleanor a freedom her city life could not space to wander among gardens where bees hummed among flowers, orchards where fruit ripened in the summer sun, and paths that wound down to the river's edge where water lapped against the shore in a timeless rhythm. Here, Eleanor could feel the warm earth beneath her feet, trace her fingers along rough tree bark, and watch clouds drift across vast skies in endless, ever-changing patterns. When Eleanor was 8 years old, her world changed profoundly with her mother's death, and not long after, her father's declining health and eventual passing. The physical environment of her childhood shifted as she moved into the home of her grandmother, Mary Livingston Ludlow Hall, in a brownstone on West 37th Street. This house, though similar in many ways to her first home, carried different emotional resonances. The heavy atmosphere of mourning, the hushed conversations of adults concerned about the future, the absence of her parents' familiar presences. Grandmother Hall's home operated with Victorian precision. Meals served at exactly the same time each day. Lessons conducted in quiet rooms where the ticking of clocks measured out the hours. Social calls received in formal parlors where conversation followed prescribed patterns. The house was maintained in meticulous order, with furniture arranged just so. Surfaces kept dust-free by vigilant staff, and even the arrangement of flowers following traditional dictates of propriety, rather than aesthetic whimsy. In this environment, young Eleanor learned to move quietly, to speak when spoken to sit with perfect posture on uncomfortable chairs, and to observe the complex social codes that governed her grandmother's world. The sensory experience of this home was one of restraint, subdued colors, controlled temperatures, modulated voices, and emotions kept carefully in check. Even the food served at Grandmother Hall's table reflected this restraint. Proper portions, mild flavors, nothing too rich or indulgent that might excite the senses unduly. As Eleanor grew, her world expanded to include the Elenswood School in England, where she spent formative teenage years from 1899 to 1902. Here, the physical environment opened new horizons for her developing mind and spirit. The school, located near London, occupied a stately old house surrounded by gardens and playing fields. The building itself held the accumulated wisdom of generations. Tall bookshelves lined with leather-bound volumes, classrooms where windows framed views of the English countryside, dormitories where girls from different backgrounds shared their dreams in whispered conversations after lights out. At Elenswood, Eleanor experienced the changing seasons of the English landscape. Misty mornings, when dew silvered the grass, golden afternoons, when sunlight slanted through ancient trees, crisp evenings, when stars appeared one by one in darkening skies, and cozy winter days, when rain pattered against window panes, while fires crackled in hearths. The sensory world of Elenswood was rich with new experiences. The different cadences of French and German being spoken around her, the unfamiliar tastes of European cuisine, the scent of lavender that hung in linen closets, and the sound of music drifting from practice rooms where students mastered piano pieces. Upon her return to America, Eleanor entered New York society as a debutante, moving through ballrooms where crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light over polished dance floors, where orchestras played waltzes that set the rhythm for carefully choreographed social interactions, and where young women in white dresses moved like flowers in a garden carefully tended by watchful chaperones. This world of coming-out parties and formal dinners existed in stark contrast to the intellectual stimulation she had found at a Lenswood, creating in Eleanor a growing awareness of the limitations society placed on women of her class and era. During these years, Eleanor also became involved in settlement housework, venturing into parts of New York City far removed from her grandmother's brownstone. The Lower East Side, with its tenement buildings crowded together on narrow streets, presented a physical environment that challenged everything she had known. Here, the sensory experience was intense and immediate. The press of many people living in close quarters, the mingled aromas of different cuisines cooking in tiny kitchens, the sound of multiple languages being spoken on stoops and street corners, the sight of children playing in alleys rather than manicured parks. These experiences in contrasting environments, from the restrained elegance of her grandmother's home to the vibrant, crowded neighborhoods where immigrant families struggled to build new lives, helped shape Eleanor's evolving understanding of American society and her place within it. The physical spaces she inhabited and moved through became part of her education, teaching her lessons about privilege, inequality, and the varied experiences that made up the American story. When Eleanor married her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1905, her physical environment expanded once again to include the Roosevelt family home at Hyde Park, a gracious estate overlooking the Hudson River. The house at Hyde Park, with its comfortable rooms filled with family heirlooms and windows framing spectacular river views, represented the Roosevelt tradition of connection to the land and service to the nation. The grounds offered peaceful retreats, gardens where butterflies danced among blooms in summer, woodland paths where autumn leaves crunched underfoot, and quiet spots along the river where one could sit and watch the water flow past, carrying thoughts along with it. In the early years of their marriage, Eleanor and Franklin established their own home in New York City and spent summers at Campobello Island off the coast of Maine. Campobello offered a sensory experience entirely different from city life. The tang of salt air, the rhythmic sound of waves against rocky shores, the call of seabirds wheeling overhead, and the particular quality of light that exists only where land meets ocean. The cottage they occupied was simpler than the grand houses of their families, with rooms that welcomed sea breezes through open windows and porches, where they could sit as darkness fell, listening to the eternal conversation between land and sea. As Franklin's political career advanced, Eleanor found herself reconnecting with the Roosevelt tradition of public service, though in her own distinctive way. The values that had flowed through her family for for generations, responsibility, education, compassion, found expression in her increasingly independent activities. She carried forward the best of her inheritance, while gently setting aside aspects that no longer served the world she saw emerging around her. Throughout her remarkable life, Eleanor Roosevelt remained connected to her roots, even as she grew beyond them. The shy girl who had absorbed the lessons of her lineage became a woman who would help reshape America's understanding of itself. In her quiet strength, we can see echoes of ancestors who crossed oceans and built new lives. In her compassion, we find the best traditions of families who believed in responsibility to others. In her courage, we glimpse the spirit that had animated generations before her. As we drift now toward sleep, we can imagine Eleanor in quiet moments of reflection, perhaps standing at a window at Valkill, her personal retreat in Hyde Park, watching the play of light on the Hudson River, the same river that had flowed past the homes of her ancestors, carrying their stories forward through time. In the gentle current of that river, in the soft rustling of leaves in ancient trees that had witnessed the passage of generations, in the enduring landscape that had shaped her family's experience, Eleanor found her place in a continuous narrative of American life, a narrative to which she would add her own remarkable chapter. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As Franklin's political career advanced, Eleanor found herself reconnecting with the Roosevelt tradition of public service, though in her own distinctive way. The values that had flowed through her family for generations, responsibility, education, compassion, found expression in her increasingly independent activities. She carried forward the best of her inheritance, while gently setting aside aspects that no longer served the world she saw emerging around her. Throughout her remarkable life, Eleanor Roosevelt remained connected to her roots, even as she grew beyond them. The shy girl who had absorbed the lessons of her lineage became a woman who would help reshape America's understanding of itself. In her quiet strength, we can see echoes of ancestors who crossed oceans and built new lives. In her compassion, we find the best traditions of families who believed in responsibility to others. In her courage, we glimpse the spirit that had animated generations before her. As we drift now toward sleep, we can imagine Eleanor in quiet moments of reflection, perhaps standing at a window at Valkill, her personal retreat in Hyde Park, watching the play of light on the Hudson River, the same river that had flowed past the homes of her ancestors, carrying their stories forward through time. In the gentle current of that river, in the soft rustling of leaves in ancient trees that had witnessed the passage of generations, in the enduring landscape that had shaped her family's experience, Eleanor found her place in a continuous narrative of American life, a narrative to which she would add her own remarkable chapter. The intellectual journey that shaped Eleanor Roosevelt began in her earliest years, unfolding slowly like a flower gradually opening to the morning sun. Born into privilege on October 11, 1884, young Eleanor's education reflected her family's social standing, yet took on unique dimensions shaped by personal circumstances and the gentle guidance of those who recognized her quiet potential. Let us drift back to those formative years, settling comfortably into the rhythms of a life still finding its purpose. In the softly lit nurseries of her childhood homes, Eleanor first learned from governesses who introduced her to literature, language, and the proper ways of her social class. These early lessons flowed like gentle streams, carrying the young girl toward broader intellectual horizons. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, though not destined to remain long in Eleanor's life, instilled in her daughter an appreciation for beauty and grace that would remain with her always, like the lingering scent of flowers in a room long after they've been removed. When Eleanor reached the age of 7, her education took a significant turn as she was sent to stay with her maternal grandmother after her mother's passing. In the warm, enveloping comfort of Grandmother Hall's home, Eleanor continued her studies with private tutors who introduced her to history, mathematics, and the classics. The hours spent in study provided a gentle refuge for the sensitive child, a quiet harbor where she could escape the storms of loss that had already touched her young life. As the seasons turned and Eleanor grew into adolescence, her father, Eleanor Rosevelt, though struggling with his own demons, recognized something special in his daughter's intellectual curiosity. During their precious time together, he called her Little Nell and read to her from great works of literature, his voice rising and falling like waves on a distant shore, carrying her to worlds beyond her own experience. These moments, though fewer than Eleanor might have wished, planted seeds of imagination and empathy that would later bloom into her remarkable capacity to understand the experiences of others. When Eleanor reached the age of 15, another significant chapter in her education began as she was sent to a Lenswood Academy near London, a finishing school for girls from prominent families. It was here, under the nurturing guidance of the school's French headmistress, Marie Sylvester, that Eleanor's intellectual life truly began to flourish. Like a garden, finally receiving the perfect balance of sunlight and rain, Mademoiselle Sylvester, with her keen intellect and progressive ideas, saw in the tall, somewhat awkward American girl a mind worthy of cultivation. She took Eleanor under her wing, inviting her to engage in stimulating conversations about literature, philosophy, and politics. During summer holidays, Mademoiselle Sylvester even brought Eleanor along on travels through Europe, where ancient cathedrals, sun-dappled vineyards, and bustling city squares became classrooms for lessons in history, art, and human nature. These European journeys expanded Eleanor's horizons in ways that would influence her throughout her life. Imagine her walking slowly through the galleries of the Louvre, her eyes widening at the beauty captured in centuries of art. Picture her sitting in a small cafe in Florence, listening as Mademoiselle Sylvester explained the Renaissance ideals that had transformed Western civilization. Envision her standing before the Houses of Parliament in London, absorbing the principles of democracy that would later guide her own contributions to American political life. Under Mademoiselle Sylvester's gentle but firm guidance, Eleanor developed critical thinking skills that allowed her to question conventional wisdom and form her own opinions. The headmistress encouraged her students to look beyond surface appearances, to consider multiple perspectives, and to develop their own moral compass. For Eleanor, who had often felt invisible in her early years, this validation of her intellectual capacity was like rain falling on parched soil, allowing new growth to emerge. During quiet evenings at Lenswood, Eleanor would often lose herself in books, the pages turning softly as she absorbed the ideas of great thinkers. She read Dickens and his compassionate portrayals of society's forgotten members. She explored the works of Mary Wollstonecraft, whose early feminist ideas resonated with something deep within her. She studied history not merely as a collection of dates and battles, but as the unfolding story of human struggle and achievement. The 3 years Eleanor spent at Lenswood were among the happiest and most formative of her life. In this nurturing environment, far from the constraints and painful memories of her childhood, she blossomed intellectually and socially. The shy girl who had arrived in England gradually gave way to a young woman who, while still reserved, had discovered her voice and the confidence to use it. When she returned to America at 18, she carried with her not just the formal education Lenswood had provided, but a transformed sense of her own capabilities and worth. Back in New York, Eleanor's formal education came to an end, as was customary for young women of her social standing in that era. Yet, her intellectual development continued to unfold in new directions, like a river finding its way through changing landscapes. Her debut into New York society might have marked the beginning of a conventional life of social obligations and domesticity. But Eleanor's mind, once awakened by Mademoiselle Sylvester, could not be confined to such narrow channels. In the gentle flow of those post-Lenswood years, Eleanor began to seek out opportunities to apply her education in meaningful ways. She volunteered at the College Settlement House on Rivington Street, where she taught dance and calisthenics to children of immigrants in these crowded tenement neighborhoods, so different from the privileged environments of her upbringing. Eleanor received an education of another kind, one that opened her eyes to the realities of poverty, inequality, and the struggles of new Americans seeking to build better lives. These experiences in settlement house work introduced Eleanor to a network of progressive women who were applying their education to social reform. Women like Lillian Wald, founder of the Henry Street Settlement, and Florence Kelley of the National Consumers League became mentors and models for Eleanor, showing her how privileged women could use their advantages to advocate for those with less power and opportunity. Their example settled into Eleanor's consciousness like seeds waiting for the right season to grow. During this period, Eleanor also joined the National Consumers League, where she learned about the working conditions of women and children in factories and sweatshops. Under the guidance of Florence Kelley, she visited workplaces to document violations of labor laws, walking through dimly lit factories where the air hung heavy with lint and chemical fumes, observing women hunched over sewing machines for 12 hours a day, and children whose small hands were valued for their ability to reach into dangerous machinery. These experiences formed a crucial part of Eleanor's continuing education, teaching her about economic injustice in ways no book could convey. The theoretical understanding of inequality she had begun to develop at Lenswood now took on flesh and blood reality as she witnessed firsthand the human costs of industrial capitalism. These lessons sank deeply into her consciousness, like rain absorbing into fertile soil, later to emerge in her advocacy for labor rights and economic justice when Eleanor married her distant cousin Franklin in 1905. A new phase of her intellectual development began. The early years of their marriage brought the responsibilities of motherhood and the social obligations of a political wife. But Eleanor continued to find ways to nurture her mind and expand her understanding. She read widely, subscribed to progressive publications, and engaged in conversations with the political figures who moved through their home. As Franklin's political career advanced, first as a New York State senator, then as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and later as governor and president, Eleanor had unprecedented opportunities to learn about governance, policy, and the workings of power. She absorbed these lessons quietly, like a sponge gathering water, storing knowledge that would later allow her to operate effectively in political spheres typically closed to women. The outbreak of World War I provided another dimension to Eleanor's education. She volunteered with the Red Cross, visiting wounded soldiers in hospitals and organizing relief efforts in these sterile wards where young men lay broken by modern warfare. Eleanor learned about courage, suffering, and the human capacity for resilience. She sat beside beds where soldiers shared stories of battlefields in France, their voices sometimes dropping to whispers as they recounted horrors they had witnessed. She held hands with young men who would never walk again, listening as they spoke of homes and families they feared they might never see. These experiences taught Eleanor about the true costs of war in ways that would later inform her passionate advocacy for international cooperation and peace when the suffrage movement finally succeeded in securing the vote for women in 1920. Eleanor's political education entered a new phase. She joined the League of Women Voters, and began to study political issues more systematically, preparing herself to exercise this new right thoughtfully. She attended meetings where women discussed tariff policies, international relations, and domestic reforms, their voices rising and falling in the gentle cadence of reasoned debate. In these gatherings, Eleanor found a community of women committed to applying their intelligence to civic life, and her own political consciousness expanded like ripples spreading across still water. Throughout the 1920s, as Franklin recovered from polio and plotted his return to politics, Eleanor's intellectual and political development accelerated. She taught at the Todhunter School for Girls in New York City, an experience that required her to organize her thoughts and communicate them clearly to young minds eager for knowledge. Standing before classrooms of attentive young women, Eleanor found her voice as a teacher and mentor, sharing not just academic subjects, but her evolving vision of women's potential in a changing world. During this period, Eleanor also became involved with the Women's Trade Union League, where she learned about labor organizing and workers' rights from women like Rose Schneiderman, whose passionate advocacy grew from her own experiences as a cap maker in New York's garment district. In living rooms and meeting halls where working women gathered to strategize about improving their conditions, Eleanor absorbed lessons about collective action and the dignity of labor that would inform her later work as First Lady and human rights advocate. The Democratic Women's Committee provided another forum for Eleanor's political education. As she became more active in party politics, she developed skills in organizing, public speaking, and building coalitions. The nervous young woman who had once dreaded public appearances gradually transformed into a confident speaker who could hold an audience's attention with her sincerity and thoughtfulness. This metamorphosis occurred slowly, like a landscape changing with the seasons, each speech and meeting adding another layer to her developing capabilities. When Franklin was elected president in 1932, and the Roosevelts moved into the White House, Eleanor brought with her this rich tapestry of educational experiences: formal schooling, settlement housework, political activism, teaching, and volunteer service. The shy girl who had once found refuge in books had become a woman whose mind was constantly reaching outward, seeking new understanding and fresh perspectives. As First Lady, Eleanor continued her intellectual growth, turning the White House into a center for learning and exchange of ideas. She invited experts from various fields to small, intimate dinners where conversation flowed freely about economics, race relations, housing policy, and international affairs. In the soft glow of candlelight, with the gentle clink of silverware providing a quiet backdrop, Eleanor absorbed new ideas and perspectives, her mind constantly expanding to encompass broader understanding. Eleanor's weekly press conferences for women reporters, her monthly magazine column, My Day, and her radio broadcasts all required her to constantly learn about new subjects, formulate her thoughts, and communicate them clearly. This regular discipline of public communication became another form of education, pushing her to refine her thinking and articulate her evolving views on social justice, democracy, and human rights. Throughout her 12 years as First Lady, Eleanor continued to read widely, her nightstand always stacked with books, biographies, economic treatises, novels that illuminated the human condition, reports on social conditions, both in America and abroad. In quiet moments before sleep, she would lose herself in these pages, the soft rustle of turning paper the only sound in her White House bedroom. As she continued the lifelong process of self-education, Eleanor's intellectual development never ceased, continuing long after her White House years. When President Truman appointed her as a delegate to the United Nations in 1945, she undertook a systematic study of international relations, human rights law, and diplomatic protocols. Even in her 60s, her mind remained open and flexible, capable of mastering new subjects with the same eagerness she had shown as a young girl at a Lenswood. The culmination of Eleanor's intellectual journey came in her work, drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a document that drew upon all she had learned throughout her life. From Mademoiselle Sylvester's lessons about human dignity, to her settlement house experiences with poverty and inequality, to her observations of discrimination and injustice in America, to her witnessing of the horrors of war and genocide. This landmark declaration, adopted by the United Nations in 1948, represented the synthesis of a lifetime of learning and reflection, distilled into principles that continue to inspire human rights advocacy around the world. As we rest now, drifting toward sleep, we might imagine Eleanor in her later years, perhaps sitting in the evening light at Valkill, reflecting on the educational journey that had taken her from a privileged but lonely childhood to the world stage. In the gentle rustle of papers as she turns the pages of a book, in the soft scratch of her pen as she writes her daily column, in the quiet moments of contemplation as she gazes out at the Hudson Valley landscape, we can sense the continuing unfolding of a remarkable mind, always learning, always growing, always seeking to understand more deeply the world and its people. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. The story of Elenor Roosevelt's remarkable life was woven together by the gentle hands of mentors and kindred spirits who guided her along the way. Like soft footsteps in a quiet garden, these relationships left lasting impressions on her heart and mind, shaping her into the compassionate leader she would become. In her earliest years, when the world felt large and uncertain, Eleanor found comfort in the steady presence of her father, Elliot Roosevelt. Though his struggles with addiction cast shadows over their time together, his love for her was bright and unwavering. He called her Little Nell, a name that carried tenderness in its syllables. He would take her on carriage rides through New York City, pointing out the beauty in ordinary things, the way sunlight spilled between buildings, the laughter of children in the park. Even as a young girl, Eleanor sensed that her father saw something special in her, a spark of curiosity and depth that others overlooked. His sudden death when she was just 10 years old left a quiet ache, but also an unspoken promise that she would carry his belief in her forward, long after he was gone. Then came Mademoiselle Marie Sylvester, the headmistress of a Lenswood Academy, who would become one of the most profound influences in Eleanor's life. At 15, Eleanor arrived at the school in England, still hesitant, still unsure of her place in the world. But Mademoiselle Sylvester saw beyond the shyness. She was a woman of sharp intellect and deep convictions, with silver-streaked hair and eyes that seemed to read the thoughts of her students before they spoke. She encouraged Eleanor to think critically, to question assumptions, to believe that her voice mattered. Under her guidance, Eleanor discovered the joy of learning, not as a duty, but as a lifelong conversation with the world. Mademoiselle Sylvester took her students on walks through the countryside, pointing out the beauty of nature, while weaving in lessons about history, philosophy, and the interconnectedness of humanity. These moments, simple yet profound, planted seeds in Eleanor's mind that would blossom years later in her work for human rights. After returning to New York, Eleanor found herself adrift once more, until she crossed paths with Mary Harriman, a young woman with a passion for social reform. It was Mary who introduced her to the Rivington Street settlement house in the slums of Manhattan. There, Eleanor saw poverty up close, children in tattered clothes, families crowded into dim apartments, the weary faces of factory workers. But she also saw resilience, kindness, and a fierce will to survive. These encounters stirred something within her, a quiet determination to use her privilege for good. The women who ran the settlement house became her teachers, showing her that true leadership meant listening, learning, and standing beside those in need. Then there was Franklin. Their love story was not one of grand romance, but of quiet partnership, of two minds growing together, even as life tested them. When Eleanor first met her distant cousin, she was struck by his easy charm, his boundless energy, but it was his willingness to see her as an equal, to value her thoughts and opinions, that truly drew her to him. Their marriage, though marked by pain and betrayal in later years, began as a meeting of kindred spirits, and when polio left Franklin confined to a wheelchair, it was Eleanor who became his eyes and ears, traveling the country, listening to the struggles of ordinary people, and bringing their stories back to him. Through hardship, they forged a bond built on mutual respect, a bond that would shape not only their lives, but the course of history. Later, as First Lady, Eleanor found guidance in the wisdom of women like Lorna Hickok, the journalist who became her closest confidant. Hick, as Eleanor called her, was sharp-witted and fearless, unafraid to challenge the status quo. Their friendship was a refuge, a space where Eleanor could speak freely, without the weight of expectation. Through long letters and quiet conversations, Hick reminded her that she was more than a public figure. She was a woman with dreams, doubts, and an unwavering sense of justice. And then there were the countless unnamed souls who left their mark on Eleanor's journey, the coal miners who welcomed her into their homes, the sharecroppers who shared their stories of struggle, the young soldiers she met during the war, their faces still marked by the shadows of battle. Each encounter deepened her understanding of the world, each voice adding another thread to the tapestry of her beliefs. As the years passed, Eleanor never stopped learning, never stopped seeking out those who could teach her. Even in her later work at the United Nations, she listened intently to diplomats, activists, and survivors, knowing that wisdom could come from any corner of the world. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, her greatest legacy, was not written in isolation. It was the product of a lifetime of listening, of allowing herself to be shaped by the voices of others. And so, as we imagine her in the golden light of Valkill, surrounded by books and letters, we see a woman who understood the quiet power of mentorship, of being both student and teacher. The lessons she carried with her were not just ideas on paper, but living truths passed down from one heart to another. In the stillness of evening, as the wind whispered through the trees, Eleanor might have smiled, knowing that the greatest gift we can give and receive is the gift of being seen, of being guided, of being reminded that we are never truly alone on this journey. And with that thought, gentle and comforting as a lullaby, we too can rest, knowing that wisdom, like kindness, is a light that never fades. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Long before the world knew her as a champion of human rights, Elenor Rosevelt was a young woman stepping cautiously into a world that did not always welcome her voice. In the quiet early years of the 20th century, as horse-drawn carriages still shared the streets with the first automobiles, she began to shape her path, not with grand gestures, but with small, deliberate steps. Her journey into public life was not one of sudden ambition, but of gradual awakening, like the slow unfurling of petals in morning light. After returning from boarding school in England, where she had blossomed under the guidance of her headmistress, Mademoiselle Sylvester, Eleanor found herself adrift in New York's high society. The glittering balls and stiff formalities of the Roosevelt family's world felt stifling, like a too tight corset. Yet, even then, she sensed there was more to life than tea parties and polite conversation. She began volunteering at the Rivington Street Settlement House on the Lower East Side, where immigrant families lived in crowded tenements, their struggles a world away from the comforts of her upbringing. the smell of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children laughing in narrow hallways. These were her first teachers. She listened to the women who worked long hours in factories, their hands rough from labor, and she began to understand the weight of injustice. In those early days, Eleanor's voice was soft, her confidence fragile. She once confessed to a friend that speaking in public made her hands shake and her throat tighten. But she pressed on, driven by a quiet determination. She joined the Junior League, a group of privileged young women engaged in charitable work. And there, she met Mary Harriman, a spirited reformer who became one of her first mentors. Together, they visited sweatshops and slums, their long skirts brushing against muddy streets as they documented the harsh conditions faced by workers. It was here that Eleanor learned the power of bearing witness, of letting suffering shape her conscience. When Franklin entered politics, Eleanor's role expanded in ways she could not have predicted. She became his aide, his eyes and ears, attending events he could not, and reporting back with meticulous notes. At first, she saw herself only as an extension of his work, a shadow in the background. But slowly, as she sat through endless political meetings and absorbed the rhythms of public service, she began to find her own footing. She learned to ask questions, to challenge assumptions, even Franklin's. Their home buzzed with discussions about labor laws, women's suffrage, and the growing progressive movement. The air was thick with ideas, and Eleanor, though hesitant at first, began to add her own thoughts to the conversation. The outbreak of World War I marked a turning point. While Franklin navigated the complexities of his role as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Eleanor threw herself into war relief efforts. She organized knitting circles where women gathered to make socks and blankets for soldiers, their needles clicking in steady rhythm. She visited wounded veterans in hospitals, her heart aching at the sight of young men with bandaged eyes and missing limbs. One evening, as she walked home through the hushed streets of Washington, the weight of the war settled on her shoulders. She realized then that service was not just a duty, it was a calling, one that demanded both compassion and courage. In the years that followed, as the Roaring Twenties brought jazz and liberation, Eleanor's world expanded further. She joined the Women's Trade Union League, where she worked alongside fiery activists like Rose Schneiderman, a petite woman with a thunderous voice who fought for fair wages and safe workplaces. Schneiderman became another mentor, teaching Eleanor that change required more than goodwill. It required solidarity, even when it was uncomfortable. Together, they walked picket lines, their breath visible in the cold morning air as they stood with garment workers, demanding better treatment. Eleanor, once so hesitant to speak in public, now found herself addressing crowds, her voice growing steadier with each word. The 1920s also brought personal trials. Franklin's polio diagnosis left him paralyzed, and for a time, Eleanor's world narrowed to the quiet routines of caregiving. The man who had once strode confidently into rooms now relied on her strength in those hushed hours by his bedside. She discovered a resilience she hadn't known she possessed. She read to him, discussed politics with him, and slowly, with his encouragement, stepped further into the public sphere. It was as if life had handed her a paradox. The deeper her private sorrows, the broader her public purpose grew. By the time Franklin became governor of New York in 1929, Eleanor had transformed, no longer the shy debutante. She was now a seasoned advocate, her days filled with correspondence, speeches, and strategy sessions. She toured state prisons, her heels echoing in cavernous corridors, as she spoke with inmates about their living conditions. She pushed for reforms in mental health care, her heart stirred by the stories of those society had forgotten. And when the Great Depression cast its shadow over the nation, she was among the first to call for bold action. Her voice, a steady counterpoint to the fear swirling around her. Those early years of her career were not marked by grand triumphs, but by countless small acts of listening, learning, and showing up. She made mistakes, misjudging the temper of a crowd, or underestimating the resistance to change. But each misstep became a lesson, and through it all, she carried with her the quiet knowledge that progress was not a solitary endeavor, but a tapestry woven from many hands. As the stars twinkle softly outside your window, and the night wraps itself around you like a gentle embrace, you can almost picture Eleanor in those formative years, her pen scratching across paper late into the evening, her footsteps steady on a path she was still discovering. And just as she found her way, one step at a time, so too can you rest, knowing that every journey begins with a single, quiet breath. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. As the years unfolded, Elenor Roosevelt's quiet determination grew into a force that would reshape history. When Franklin became president in 1933, she stepped into the role of First Lady with a vision unlike any before her. She didn't see the position as one of mere ceremony, but as a platform for action, a way to bring light to the forgotten corners of society. And so, she began her work, moving with the steady rhythm of a river, carving its path through stone, slow, deliberate, and unstoppable. One of her earliest and most enduring contributions was her tireless advocacy for the rights of women and workers. She held weekly press conferences, but with a twist, she invited only women reporters, ensuring that their voices, often sidelined in the male-dominated press corps, would be heard. These gatherings were intimate, often held in the White House's sunlit sitting rooms, where Eleanor would speak plainly about the challenges facing working women, the need for fair wages, and the importance of education. Her words were not grand pronouncements, but quiet, firm truths, spoken with the conviction of someone who had spent years listening before she spoke. She also championed the cause of civil rights, a stance that was radical for its time. In 1939, when the Daughters of the American Revolution barred Marian Anderson, a black opera singer, from performing at Constitution Hall, Eleanor resigned from the organization in protest. She then helped arrange a new venue, the Lincoln Memorial, where Anderson's voice would rise above the reflecting pool, heard by thousands. It was a small act in some ways, but one that sent ripples through the nation, a reminder that justice could be advanced one decision at a time. During the darkest days of the Great Depression, Eleanor traveled the country, visiting coal mines, tenements, and rural farms. She didn't just observe from a distance. She sat at kitchen tables, her hands wrapped around chipped cups of coffee, listening to the stories of those who had lost everything. She carried their words back to Franklin, ensuring that policies like the New Deal were shaped not just by statistics, but by real human need. Her famous newspaper column, My Day, chronicled these journeys, turning the struggles of ordinary people into a national conversation. The words flowed from her pen with a quiet urgency, each sentence a thread in the larger tapestry of change. When World War II swept across the globe, Eleanor's work took on a new dimension. She visited troops stationed overseas, walking through hospital wards where young men lay wounded. Her presence, a calming balm. She wrote letters to soldiers' families, her handwriting looping across the page with words of comfort. And when the war ended, she turned her attention to the world stage, becoming one of the architects of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This document, which she helped draft as a delegate to the United Nations, was perhaps her most lasting legacy. The work was painstaking, requiring long hours in conference rooms where diplomats debated every word, but Eleanor approached it with patience, guiding the discussions with the same steady grace she had brought to every cause. She believed that human rights were not abstract ideals, but the foundation of a just world, a world where no one would be left behind. When the Declaration was finally adopted in 1948, it was a triumph not of force, but of persistence, of the quiet power of listening and persuasion. Even after Franklin's death, Eleanor continued her work, undeterred by the passage of time. She wrote books, taught classes, and lent her voice to new causes, always with the same quiet intensity. Her later years were spent in her cottage at Valkill, a simple retreat where she welcomed friends, activists, and students, the conversations flowing as easily as the creek outside her window. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, you can imagine Eleanor in those later years, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze steady. She knew that change was slow, that progress was measured not in grand victories, but in small, persistent steps. She had seen the worst of humanity, the poverty, the war, the injustice, and yet she never lost faith in its capacity for good. Her life was a testament to the power of quiet courage, of showing up day after day, even when the path was unclear. And as you drift toward sleep, let her story remind you that even the grandest journeys begin with a single step, taken with an open heart and a steady breath. The night is long, but the dawn will come just as it always has, one gentle moment at a time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Imagine Eleanor as a young woman, standing at the first great crossroads of her life, her marriage to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It was a decision that would shape not only her own destiny, but the course of history. She was just 20 years old, still grieving the loss of her father, and hesitant about stepping into the grand world of politics that awaited her as a Roosevelt. But she said yes, and with that single word, her path was set in motion. Had she chosen differently, had she retreated into the quiet life expected of women of her time, the world might never have known her voice, her compassion, or her unwavering commitment to justice. Yet marriage was not the only turning point. Years later, another moment arrived, one of profound personal pain. Franklin's affair with Lucy Mercer was discovered, and Eleanor was faced with a choice: to leave, as her pride might have urged her, or to stay, forging a new kind of partnership with him. She chose to stay, not out of weakness, but with a quiet strength that redefined their relationship. From that moment on, their marriage became less about romance and more about shared purpose. Had she walked away, history might have lost one of the most formidable political partnerships of the 20th century. Instead, she transformed her heartbreak into fuel for her own independence, stepping further into public life with a courage she might not have found otherwise. Then came Franklin's polio diagnosis, a moment that could have shattered them both. But Eleanor saw in this crisis not an ending, but a beginning. She became Franklin's eyes and ears, traveling the country, listening to the struggles of ordinary people, and bringing their stories back to him. She could have retreated, letting his illness define their lives. But instead, she stepped forward, her voice growing stronger with each passing year. It was during this time that she truly found her calling, not as a political wife, but as a force for change in her own right. Without this moment of adversity, she might have remained in the background, her potential untapped, her influence muted. The 1930s brought another pivotal decision: to accept the role of First Lady in a way no woman had before. Previous First Ladies had been hostesses, decorators of the White House, but Eleanor refused to be confined by tradition. She held press conferences, wrote a daily newspaper column, and traveled tirelessly to inspect New Deal programs. She could have taken the easier path, the expected one, but instead she chose to redefine what it meant to be a First Lady. Had she stayed within those old boundaries, the New Deal might have lacked its human face, its connection to the suffering of the Depression's victims. But because she chose to step beyond convention, she became a bridge between the powerful and the powerless. World War II presented yet another crossroads. While Franklin focused on the war effort, Eleanor turned her attention to the refugees, the displaced, the forgotten. She championed the cause of Jewish refugees fleeing Hitler's Europe, pushing for America to open its doors when so many wanted to keep them closed. She could have remained silent, as many did, but she spoke out, even when her words were unpopular. Had she stayed quiet, countless lives might have been lost without a voice to plead for them. But because she chose to act, she became a beacon of hope in one of humanity's darkest hours. And then, in 1945, Franklin died, leaving her adrift in a world that had long revolved around him. Here was perhaps her greatest turning point. The choice between fading into widowhood or continuing her work with even greater determination. She chose the latter. She could have retreated to Valkill, living out her days in quiet retirement. But instead, she accepted an appointment to the United Nations, where she would help draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Without her steady hand, that document might have lacked its moral clarity, its insistence on dignity for all people. But because she chose to keep going, she left an indelible mark on the world, even in her later years. As the pace of life slowed, she faced smaller, but no less meaningful decisions, whether to keep teaching, to keep writing, to keep speaking out against injustice. Each time, she chose to continue, her voice never faltering, her commitment never wavering. Had she stepped back, her wisdom might have been lost to a new generation eager for guidance. But because she kept showing up, her influence stretched far beyond her own lifetime. As you listen to these moments, let them remind you that life is shaped not just by grand events, but by the quiet choices we make in their wake. Eleanor could have taken easier paths at so many turns, but each time she chose the road that demanded more of her. And in doing so, she showed us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. Now, as sleep begins to settle over you, imagine Eleanor in her later years at Valkill, the firelight flickering, the creek murmuring outside. She had lived through wars and upheavals, through personal sorrow and public triumph. And yet she remained, always, a woman who believed in the power of small, persistent steps. Her life was not one of sudden, dramatic turns, but of steady, deliberate choices, each one a thread in the tapestry of her legacy. And so, as you drift toward dreams, let her story be a gentle reminder that even the most ordinary moments can hold the seeds of extraordinary change. The night is soft around you, the world quiet and still. Just as Eleanor trusted in the dawn, so too can you rest, knowing that each new day brings its own quiet possibilities, its own small, courageous steps waiting to be taken. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Elenor Roosevelt's life was woven with relationships that shaped her in ways both tender and transformative. Some were lifelong, others fleeting, but each left its mark on her heart and her work. As you settle into the quiet of the night, let these connections unfold like soft whispers, reminding you that even the most extraordinary lives are built on the simple, steady foundation of human love and understanding. Her marriage to Franklin Delano Roosevelt was, in many ways, the defining relationship of her life. They met when she was just a shy, uncertain girl of 15, and he a confident Harvard student with a dazzling smile. Their courtship was gentle, filled with letters and long walks, and when they married in 1905, the world seemed full of promise. But marriage, as Eleanor would learn, was not a fairy tale. Franklin's political ambitions and his mother's domineering presence often left her feeling isolated. And then, years later, the discovery of his affair with Lucy Mercer shattered her trust. Yet here, in the ruins of her heartbreak, Eleanor made a choice not to leave, but to rebuild their partnership on her own terms. She would remain his political ally, his advisor, even his friend, but she would no longer be confined by the narrow role of a traditional wife. In this quiet act of reinvention, she found a strength she hadn't known she possessed. But Eleanor's heart was not meant to be solitary. Over the years, she formed deep friendships that sustained her, none more significant than her bond with Lorna Hickok, known as Hick, a journalist by trade. Hick was brash where Eleanor was reserved, outspoken where Eleanor was measured. Yet their connection was immediate and profound. Their letters, filled with tenderness and longing, reveal a love that was both passionate and protective. Hick encouraged Eleanor to write, to speak, to step into the light as her own person, not just the president's wife. And in return, Eleanor offered Hick a sense of belonging she had never known. Even as their romantic relationship softened into friendship, their devotion never wavered. Hick remained Eleanor's confidant, her fiercest defender, the one who understood her in ways no one else ever could. Then there was Earl Miller, the dashing state trooper assigned as her bodyguard, who became one of her dearest companions. He taught her to shoot, to ride, to trust in her own physical strength, a gift to a woman who had always felt awkward in her own body. But more than that, he made her laugh, something she had not done nearly enough in her life. Their friendship was a bright spot in her often heavy world, a reminder that joy could be found even in the midst of duty. Her family, too, was a source of both deep love and profound complexity. Her relationship with her mother-in-law, Sarah, was fraught with tension. Sarah's controlling nature often left Eleanor feeling like a guest in her own home. Yet over time, Eleanor learned to set boundaries, to claim her space, and in doing so, she discovered a quiet resilience. With her children, she was loving but distant, her own childhood having left her unsure how to be the mother she wished she'd had. Anna, her eldest daughter, would later become one of her closest companions, a relationship that blossomed in Eleanor's later years. as they worked side by side on humanitarian causes. Professionally, Eleanor's collaborations were as meaningful as her personal bonds. Her work with Marian Anderson, the celebrated contralto, was a testament to her belief in justice and equality. When the Daughters of the American Revolution barred Anderson from performing at Constitution Hall because of her race, Eleanor resigned from the organization in protest and helped arrange Anderson's historic concert on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. It was a small act in some ways, but one that spoke volumes about Eleanor's commitment to standing with those who had been pushed aside. Her partnership with Mary McLeod Bethune, the pioneering educator and civil rights leader, was another defining alliance. Bethune, strong-willed and unapologetic, became the first Black woman to head a federal agency under Eleanor's guidance. Together, they fought for desegregation, for fair wages, for the simple dignity of being seen. Eleanor once said that Bethune opened my eyes. And in those words, we hear the humility of a woman who understood that true growth comes from listening to those who have been silenced. Even in her later years, Eleanor's capacity for connection never dimmed. At Valkill, her beloved cottage by the creek, she hosted gatherings where artists, activists, and ordinary people could speak freely, debate fiercely, and dream aloud. These were not grand affairs, but intimate conversations, the kind where laughter mingled with the clinking of teacups and the rustle of autumn leaves. Here, in the warmth of shared ideas, Eleanor found a sense of belonging she had spent a lifetime seeking. And so, as sleep gently claims you, let these relationships linger in your mind like the soft glow of candlelight. Eleanor's life reminds us that love is not always easy, that bonds can fray and mend, that the people who shape us are not always the ones we expect, but in the end, it is these connections, the quiet conversations, the shared struggles, the hands held in solidarity that make a life whole. Breathe deeply now and let the night wrap around you like a familiar embrace, just as Eleanor found strength in the people who walked beside her. May you too rest in the knowledge that you are never truly alone. The world is vast, but the heart is wider still, and in its quiet chambers, love endures. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as rich and as gentle as the ties that bound Elenor Rosevelt to the world she so dearly loved. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Eleanor's days at Valkill unfolded with a quiet rhythm, a gentle cadence shaped by her love for simple pleasures and deep human connection. Mornings often began with the soft creak of floorboards beneath her feet as she moved through the cottage, the scent of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the crisp morning air. She preferred to rise early, savoring the stillness before the world awoke, a habit formed in childhood during those solitary hours when she would lose herself in books. Even now, in her later years, she would settle into a well-worn armchair by the window, a book resting in her lap, her fingers tracing the pages as sunlight spilled across the room. The books she chose were as varied as her interests: poetry, political theory, novels that spoke of faraway places, each one a companion in her endless quest to understand the world and her place within it. Breakfast was a quiet affair, often shared with close friends or family who had stayed the night. The table was set with simple china, the kind that felt warm and familiar in the hands, and the conversations were unhurried, meandering like the creek outside. Eleanor had a way of listening that made people feel truly heard, her eyes attentive, her nods encouraging. She believed in the power of small moments, the way a shared meal could weave threads of understanding between people, the clink of silverware, the murmur of voices, the occasional burst of laughter. These were the sounds that filled her home, a symphony of everyday connection. In the afternoons, she often walked the grounds of Valkill, her footsteps slow and deliberate, as if she were absorbing the world through the soles of her shoes. The property was alive with the rustle of leaves, the chatter of birds, the occasional glimpse of a deer stepping lightly through the trees. Eleanor loved nature not for its grandeur, but for its quiet constancy. She would pause by the creek, watching the water ripple over smooth stones, lost in thought. These walks were more than exercise. They were a form of meditation, a way to untangle the knots of her mind. She carried a small notebook in her pocket, jotting down ideas, reflections, or simply observations about the world around her. Her friendships were the cornerstone of her personal life, relationships built over decades of shared laughter, tears, and unwavering support. Lorna Hickok, the journalist who became one of her closest confidants, was a constant presence in her later years. Their letters, filled with raw honesty and deep affection, revealed a bond that transcended the ordinary. They wrote of everything: politics, personal struggles, the small joys of daily life, their words a lifeline across the miles. Eleanor cherished these letters, often rereading them in the quiet hours of the evening, the paper worn soft from handling. Another dear friend was Earl Miller, the former state trooper who had been her bodyguard, and in time, one of her most steadfast companions. He taught her to shoot, to drive, to embrace a sense of adventure she had never known in her sheltered youth. Their friendship was one of mutual respect and playful teasing, a lightness that balanced the weight of her public life. Earl was one of the few people who could make her laugh until her sides ached, his stories full of mischief and warmth. Eleanor's relationship with her children was complex, marked by the challenges of motherhood under the unrelenting glare of public scrutiny. She loved them fiercely, but her duties often pulled her away, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt. Yet in her later years, she found a softer, more forgiving connection with them. She delighted in her grandchildren, their visits filling Valkill with a youthful energy that brought her immense joy. She would sit with them on the porch, telling stories of her own childhood, of the aunt who had shown her kindness when she needed it most, of the uncle who had introduced her to the wonders of literature. Evenings at Valkill were a time of quiet reflection. Eleanor often retired to her favorite chair by the fireplace, a stack of correspondence beside her. She answered every letter she received, a practice that had begun during her years in the White House and never waned. To her, these letters were not obligations, but opportunities to offer comfort, to share wisdom, to remind people that they mattered. Her handwriting, steady and deliberate, carried the weight of her compassion. As the fire crackled and the shadows lengthened, she might pick up her knitting, the rhythmic motion of the needles, a soothing counterpoint to her thoughts. She had learned to knit as a girl, and over the years, it had become a meditative practice, a way to quiet her restless mind. The scarves and sweaters she made were often gifts for friends or donations to those in need, each stitch a small act of love. Her personal philosophy was simple but profound. Life's meaning was found in service, in connection, in the courage to keep growing. She believed in the power of kindness, not as a grand gesture, but as a daily practice, a smile to a stranger, a listening ear, a hand extended in solidarity. She once wrote that the purpose of life was not to be happy, but to be useful, to be compassionate, to leave the world a little better than she found it. And so, as the night deepened and the stars emerged over Valkill, Eleanor would finally retire, her body weary but her heart full. The cottage, with its creaking floors and well-loved furniture, was more than a house. It was a sanctuary, a place where she could be fully herself. As she drifted into sleep, the voices of the day lingered in her mind, the laughter of friends, the rustle of pages, the whisper of the creek, a gentle reminder that love, in all its forms, was the truest measure of a life well lived. May you too find comfort in these quiet moments, in the knowledge that even the busiest lives are built on small, sacred rituals. Let the image of Eleanor by the fireside, her knitting needles clicking softly, lull you into rest. The night is long, but it is kind, and in its embrace, we are all held gently. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as peaceful as the life she crafted, one stitch, one step, one heartfelt connection at a time, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Elenor Roosevelt's days unfolded with quiet purpose, each hour shaped by rhythms of work, reflection, and connection. From her earliest years to her later life, she moved through the world with intention, finding meaning in the smallest of routines. Let us drift back to those days, tracing the gentle cadence of her life, from dawn to dusk, in a lulling tapestry of ordinary moments made extraordinary by her presence. Her mornings often began before sunrise, when the world was still soft with twilight. Even as a young girl, Eleanor was an early riser, finding solace in the hush of those first hours. At Hyde Park, she would wake to the sound of birdsong outside her window, the crisp air carrying the scent of dew-damp grass. She dressed simply, favoring practical clothes that allowed her to move freely, a habit she carried into adulthood. Breakfast was a quiet affair, often taken alone with a book or a stack of letters, the steam from her tea curling into the cool morning air. She preferred light meals, toast with jam, perhaps an egg eaten without hurry, as if savoring the stillness before the day's demands began. As First Lady, her mornings grew busier, yet she clung to those pockets of calm. In the White House, she would rise before the household stirred, padding softly to her desk where a neat pile of correspondence awaited. The scratch of her pen against paper was a familiar sound, steady and methodical, as she answered letters from strangers, friends, and activists alike. Her workspace was orderly, but lived in. A sturdy wooden desk scattered with inkwells, well-worn notebooks, and the occasional vase of fresh flowers. Sunlight would filter through the curtains, casting warm pools of light across the pages as she wrote, her thoughts flowing as gently as a slow-moving river. Mid-morning often brought meetings, sometimes in the formal sitting rooms of the White House, other times in the cozy corners of Valkill Cottage, where the atmosphere was more relaxed. She listened intently, her hands folded in her lap or busy with knitting, the rhythmic click of needles providing a soothing undercurrent to conversation. Even in the busiest stretches of her life, she made time for people, believing that true connection was woven through these small, deliberate exchanges. Lunch was a simple meal, shared with guests, or taken alone on a tray, a bowl of soup, a sandwich, fresh fruit. She ate without fanfare, her mind often already turning to the afternoon's tasks. The heart of her day was devoted to action, whether drafting articles for her newspaper column, advocating for civil rights, or visiting hospitals and schools. Eleanor moved through the world with quiet determination. She traveled by train often, the steady rocking of the cars, a comforting rhythm as she read or wrote, her glasses perched on her nose. Her briefcase was always full, papers, books, a well-thumbed copy of the latest legislation she was studying. She believed in showing up, in being present. And so she did, her tall frame and gentle voice, a reassuring presence in crowded rooms and quiet corridors alike. Evenings were for unwinding, though her version of relaxation was still purposeful. At Valkill, she might stroll through the gardens as the light faded, her fingers brushing the petals of the roses she loved. Dinner was a sociable affair, often shared with friends or family around a long wooden table. The food was hearty but unpretentious: roast chicken, vegetables from the garden, a loaf of crusty bread. Conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and the clink of silverware. She was a thoughtful hostess, more interested in the exchange of ideas than in formalities, and the warmth of those gatherings lingered long after the plates were cleared. After supper, she would retreat to her favorite chair by the fireplace, a book in hand, or her knitting needles busy with a half-finished project. The fire crackled softly, its glow casting flickering shadows on the walls. Sometimes, if the night was clear, she would step outside to gaze at the stars, the vast sky, a reminder of life's endless possibilities. Her bedtime ritual was unhurried, washing her face with cool water, braiding her long hair, slipping into a plain cotton nightgown. She would kneel briefly by her bed, a quiet moment of reflection before turning down the covers and settling in. In her later years, the rhythms of her days grew gentler, but no less meaningful. She still rose early, still wrote letters, still welcomed visitors with open arms. Her hands, now lined with age, moved more slowly over the knitting needles, but the steady click-click remained a comforting constant. She napped in the afternoons sometimes, surrendering to the quiet pull of rest, her breathing slow. And even as the world hummed softly outside her window, and when night fell, she would once again find herself in that familiar space between wakefulness and sleep, the events of the day settling like dust in moonlight, the creak of the house, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves. All these sounds wove together into a lullaby, soothing her into dreams. For Eleanor, sleep was not an escape, but a quiet continuation of the day's purpose, a time to recharge for the work still to be done. As you imagine her there, in the soft glow of lamplight or the hush of a pre-dawn hour, let her routines lull you too. There is peace in the repetition, in the knowledge that a life well lived is built not on grand gestures, but on the quiet accumulation of small, steadfast moments. Let the thought of her writing, knitting, listening, resting, ease you into your own stillness. The night is tender, and it holds us all with the same gentle care she extended to the world. Sleep now, and may you wake, as she did, ready to begin again. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Elenor Roosevelt's philosophy of life was not something she arrived at suddenly, like a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky. Rather, it unfolded gradually, like the slow unfurling of petals on a flower, shaped by quiet reflection, deep sorrows, and moments of profound connection. And so she did, time and again, turning hardship into wisdom and loneliness into a deep well of compassion for others. In her early years, she was a shy girl, uncertain of her place in the world. The loss of her parents at a young age left her with a quiet ache, a sense of being unmoored. Yet, even then, she carried within her a quiet determination, a belief that life, no matter how difficult, was meant to be lived fully. She once reflected, life was meant to be lived, and curiosity must be kept alive. This curiosity became one of her guiding lights, leading her to ask questions, to listen, to learn from the people around her, no matter their station in life. As she grew older, her worldview deepened, shaped by the responsibilities thrust upon her as First Lady. and later as a global advocate for human rights. She did not see power as something to be wielded for personal gain, but as a tool for lifting others. It was a simple yet profound truth that guided her through countless decisions, whether standing up for civil rights when it was unpopular, or insisting that the United Nations address the rights of women and marginalized communities. Her belief in human dignity was unshakable. She saw the inherent worth in every person and refused to look away from suffering. During the Great Depression, she visited coal mines and tenement homes, sitting with families in their hardship, listening to their stories. She didn't just offer sympathy, she acted, pushing for policies that would bring relief. "It isn't enough to talk about peace," she once said. "One must believe in it." And it isn't enough to believe in it. For her, justice was not an abstract idea. It was something to be practiced daily, in small acts of kindness and large efforts of reform. Her faith in people was not blind optimism, but a quiet, persistent hope. She had seen cruelty, had known personal betrayals, and yet she refused to let bitterness take root. Instead, she chose to focus on what could be built rather than what had been broken. "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams," she wrote, a phrase that echoed her own life's journey. Even in her later years, when the world seemed fractured by war and strife, she held fast to the idea that progress was possible if people were willing to reach across divides and listen. One of her most enduring qualities was her ability to sit with discomfort, both her own and others. She did not shy away from difficult conversations or painful truths. It was this steadiness, this refusal to be swayed by fear or flattery, that made her such a trusted voice in turbulent times. Her personal rituals reflected her inner calm, the rhythm of her days, writing letters in the morning, knitting in the afternoon, walking in the garden as dusk settled, was a meditation in motion. Each stitch, each step, each word on the page was a small act of devotion to the life she believed in. Even in conversation, she had a way of making people feel heard, her quiet presence a balm to those who needed it most. As she grew older, her philosophy softened into something even more tender, more accepting of life's imperfections. She no longer felt the need to have all the answers, only to keep asking the right questions. There was a grace in her aging, a willingness to let go of what no longer served her, while holding fast to the values that had carried her through. And so, as night would fall and the world outside her window grew still, Eleanor would settle into the quiet, her thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle current. She had lived by a simple creed, that every person mattered, that every voice deserved to be heard, that love was not a fleeting emotion, but a daily practice. Now, as you rest, let her quiet courage linger in the air around you, like the faint scent of lavender on a pillow. There is no need to rush, no need to grasp for answers. Just breathe and trust that, like her, you too are learning, growing, becoming. The night is long and soft, and full of possibilities. Sleep now, and may you wake with the same gentle certainty that guided her, the knowledge that even the smallest acts of kindness can change the world. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Eleanor Roosevelt's life was not one of unbroken ease or effortless triumphs. Like the quiet, persistent turning of the seasons, her journey was marked by moments of deep shadow, times when the path ahead seemed unclear, when the weight of the world pressed heavily upon her shoulders. Yet it was in these very challenges that her character was shaped, her resilience forged, and her wisdom deepened. From her earliest years, Eleanor knew sorrow. She was just a child when her mother, a woman of striking beauty but sharp edges, called her Granny for her solemn demeanor, as if the little girl carried the weight of the world already in her small frame. And then, not long after, her father, charming, troubled, and dearly loved, slipped away from her, lost to the grip of addiction. The loneliness of those days could have hardened her, could have made her turn inward, folding herself into silence. Instead, she learned to watch, to listen, to find solace in the quiet corners of life where others might not think to look. As a young woman, she entered a marriage filled with hope, only to discover that love, even when sincere, could be complicated. Her husband, Franklin, was bright and ambitious, his warmth drawing people in like sunlight. But when polio struck him down, leaving him unable to walk, the world seemed to shrink around them. Some might have retreated, might have let fear dictate their steps. But Eleanor, ever steady, chose a different way. She became his strength when his own faltered, his voice when others refused to listen. She learned to navigate a world that often dismissed women, that saw disability as weakness, and she did so with quiet determination. She would not let hardship define them, only refine them. Even in the White House, where the glow of public admiration might have shielded her from criticism, she faced resistance. There were those who scoffed at her insistence on visiting coal mines and tenements, who mocked her for speaking plainly about poverty and inequality. A woman's place, they murmured, as if such words could ever confine her. But Eleanor had long ago stopped measuring her worth by the approval of others. She wrote her newspaper column, My Day, not for the powerful, but for the ordinary people who needed to know they were seen. She held press conferences for female reporters when they were barred from the president's briefings. She walked where others feared to tread, not because she was unafraid, but because she refused to let fear stop her. Perhaps one of her greatest trials came after Franklin's death, when the world expected her to fade quietly into the background, to become a dignified footnote in history. Instead, she stepped forward once more, this time onto the global stage, as a delegate to the newly formed United Nations. There, in rooms filled with diplomats who often dismissed her as a sentimental idealist, she fought tirelessly for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Some called it a hopeless task, a document too broad, too bold to ever be accepted. But Eleanor, with her quiet persistence, her ability to listen until even the most stubborn opposition softened, helped guide it into being. It was not perfect, nothing ever was, but it was a beginning, a torch passed forward for others to carry. Through it all, she learned that setbacks were not endings, but bends in the road. She had known betrayal, loss, and doubt, yet she never let bitterness take root. Instead, she cultivated patience, the kind that grows slowly, like a tree bending toward the light. She understood that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. And perhaps most importantly, she discovered that strength often came not from standing alone, but from reaching out to friends, to strangers, to those who needed a hand to hold. As the years passed, she carried these lessons with her, like well-worn stones in her pocket, smooth from years of turning them over in her hands. She no longer needed to prove herself, no longer needed to outrun the shadows of her past. She had learned to rest in the knowledge that life's difficulties had not broken her, but had instead taught her how to bend, how to rise, how to keep walking forward, even when the path was unclear. And so, as you rest tonight, let her story remind you that obstacles, no matter how daunting, are not the end of the road. They are simply part of the journey, shaping us as we move through them. Like Eleanor, you too have faced challenges, have known moments when the way forward seemed hidden. But take comfort in this, just as she discovered, the darkest nights often give way to the softest dawns. Breathe deeply and let go. There is time enough tomorrow to begin again. For now, simply rest, knowing that even in stillness, you are growing, just as she did. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period beneath the public figure. The First Lady who championed human rights and wrote columns that reached millions. Elenor Rosevelt carried quieter, lesser-known joys, small passions, and private habits that made her days fuller, softer, more human. Few knew, for instance, that she had a deep, abiding love for the simple act of knitting. In the evenings, after long hours of meetings and correspondence, she would sit by the fire, needles clicking softly, the rhythmic motion of her hands, a quiet counterpoint to the weight of her responsibilities. She found comfort in the repetition, in the way yarn could become something warm and tangible under her fingers. Scarves, mittens, socks, she made them for friends, for soldiers during the war, for children in need. It was a humble skill, one that required patience, but it grounded her, reminding her that even the smallest acts could bring warmth to someone else's life. She also had a surprising fondness for driving, and not just in the cautious way one might expect of a woman of her station. Eleanor loved the freedom of the open road, the way a car could carry her beyond the confines of Washington's political circles. She would take long drives through the countryside, windows down, the wind tousling her hair, stopping at small diners or roadside stands where she could chat with people who had no idea who she was. These moments of anonymity were precious to her, a chance to listen without the weight of expectation, to hear stories that weren't filtered through the lens of her fame. Once, on a whim, she even learned to fly a plane, just a short lesson, but enough to feel the thrill of lifting into the sky, untethered for a brief, exhilarating moment. Then there was her love of animals, a quiet but steady presence in her life. She adored her dogs, particularly a little Scottish terrier named Meggie, who followed her everywhere, curling up at her feet during late-night writing sessions. But beyond pets, she had a soft spot for wild creatures, too. At Valkill, her beloved cottage in Hyde Park, she would often leave out food for the birds and squirrels, delighting in their visits. Once, she even rescued an injured crow, nursing it back to health until it could fly again. There was something about caring for creatures that couldn't speak for themselves that spoke to her, a reminder that kindness didn't need an audience to matter. Her private letters revealed another layer, a woman who loved poetry, not just reading it, but writing it too. In the margins of her notebooks, between drafts of speeches and to-do lists, she would scribble lines, sometimes wistful, sometimes hopeful, always heartfelt. She never shared these verses publicly, but they were a window into her inner world, a place where she could ponder the beauty of a sunset or the ache of loneliness without the need to perform or persuade. Poetry was her secret refuge, a way to touch the parts of life that couldn't be neatly summarized in a newspaper column. And though she was known for her composure, Eleanor had a playful side, one that surfaced in unexpected ways. She adored games, especially charades, and would throw herself into them with the enthusiasm of a child, laughing as she acted out ridiculous clues for friends and family. She had a particular talent for mimicry, too, privately, of course, and could imitate the voices and mannerisms of certain politicians with uncanny accuracy. Much to the amusement of her inner circle, it was a reminder that even someone who carried the weight of the world could still find lightness, still delight in silliness. One of her most surprising contradictions was her relationship with technology. While she embraced progress in her work, using radio and later television to reach wider audiences, she had a deep skepticism about certain modern conveniences. She resisted using electric typewriters, preferring the steady clack of her manual one. And though she owned a telephone, she often put off answering it, finding the constant interruptions disruptive to her thoughts. She liked the slow pace of handwritten letters, the way they allowed for reflection, for ink to dry on the page as ideas settled in the mind. In the kitchen, she was unexpectedly adventurous. Though she had staff to prepare meals, she enjoyed cooking for herself when she could, experimenting with recipes from her travels. She had a particular fondness for simple, hearty dishes, thick soups, fresh bread, anything that felt nourishing and unpretentious. Once, during a visit to a mining town, she insisted on joining the women in preparing a community meal, rolling up her sleeves to knead dough alongside them. It was these small, ordinary acts of connection that stayed with her long after the speeches were over. And then there were her gardens. At Valkill, she tended flower beds with the same care she gave to her public work, her hands in the dirt, the sun on her back. She loved watching things grow, the slow unfurling of a rose, the stubborn push of a crocus through late winter soil. Gardening taught her patience, the kind that couldn't be rushed, the kind that required trust in unseen roots. She often said it was her way of remembering that not all progress was visible, not all growth loud. Sometimes the most important changes happened quietly, underground, as you drift towards sleep tonight. Think of Eleanor in these quieter moments, knitting by the fire, driving with the windows down, scribbling a line of poetry just for herself. Remember that even the most towering figures had their small, tender joys, their hidden pockets of lightness. And just as she found comfort in the rhythm of needles, the hum of an engine, the rustle of leaves in her garden, may you too find rest in the quiet, ordinary things that make life softly beautiful. Breathe deeply. Let go. The night is gentle, and tomorrow will come in its own time. For now, simply be as she was in these unguarded hours, fully, peacefully human. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Elenor Rosevelt was born in 1884 into a world that was both rigid and rapidly changing. The late 19th century was a time of gaslight and horse-drawn carriages, of corsets and strict social codes, but also of quiet revolutions, the first whispers of women's suffrage, the slow crumbling of old hierarchies, the hum of factories reshaping the landscape. Her childhood unfolded against the backdrop of America's Gilded Age, an era of staggering wealth and stark inequality, where the Vanderbilts and Rockefellers built palaces, while tenement families crowded into single rooms. Even as a young girl, she sensed these contrasts, the way privilege and poverty existed side by side, a tension that would later define her life's work. By the time she came of age, the world was on the cusp of something new. The early 20th century brought the Wright brothers' first flight, the rumble of the first Model T, and the distant drumbeats of a war that would soon engulf Europe. Women were marching in the streets, demanding the vote. Factories swelled with immigrants from Italy, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, their languages and traditions weaving into the fabric of American life. Eleanor watched, listened, and absorbed it all, the energy of a society straining toward modernity, yet still bound by old rules. Then came the Great War, a conflict that reshaped the globe. While her husband, Franklin, served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Eleanor volunteered in Red Cross canteens, rolling bandages and serving coffee to soldiers. She saw firsthand the toll of war, the wounded men, the grieving families, and it deepened her understanding of human suffering. The war's end in 1918 brought not peace, but a flu pandemic that swept the world, killing millions. In those years of upheaval, Eleanor learned resilience, the quiet strength of carrying on when the world felt unsteady. The 1920s arrived with a burst of jazz and rebellion. Flappers danced in speakeasies, hemlines rose, and women finally won the right to vote. It was the era of prohibition and bathtub gin, of Langston Hughes and the Harlem Renaissance, of a vibrant black cultural awakening that challenged old prejudices. Eleanor, though never a flapper herself, embraced the spirit of change. She taught at a progressive school, joined the League of Women Voters, and began to find her voice as a writer and speaker. Yet beneath the glitter of the roaring 20s, there were cracks, farmers struggling with debt, factory workers facing unsafe conditions, and a stock market soaring on speculation. Then, in 1929, the bubble burst. The stock market crash plunged the world into the Great Depression, a decade of breadlines and dust storms, of Hoovervilles and hopelessness. Franklin's election as president in 1932 placed Eleanor in the White House at the nation's darkest hour, but where others might have retreated into ceremony, she stepped forward. She traveled to coal mines and migrant camps, listening to people's stories, bringing their voices back to Washington. She championed the New Deal's programs, the CCC, the WPA, not as abstract policies, but as lifelines for real people. In her weekly radio broadcasts and newspaper column, she spoke with warmth and directness, a steady presence in uncertain times. The 1930s were also a time of global unrest. Fascism rose in Europe, with Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy silencing dissent and sowing hatred. Eleanor watched with growing alarm, advocating for refugees fleeing persecution, even when others turned them away. When World War II erupted in 1939, she redoubled her efforts, visiting troops abroad, pushing for civil rights at home, and reminding Americans that democracy was not just a system, but a daily practice. After Franklin's death in 1945, many expected her to fade from public life. Instead, she entered a new chapter. Appointed to the United Nations, she helped draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a document that affirmed, in clear and simple language, the dignity of every person. It was painstaking work, debating each word, bridging divides between nations, but she believed in its power. It isn't enough to talk about peace, she said. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it. As the post-war years brought the Cold War's tensions, the Red Scare suspicions, and the civil rights movement's rising demands for justice, Eleanor, now in her 60s and 70s, remained a tireless advocate, writing, speaking, and traveling until her last days. She lived to see the first sit-ins, the first cracks in segregation, the first whispers of a new feminism. Though she never called herself a radical, her life was proof that change could come through persistence, through showing up again and again, in large ways and small, and through it all, she kept returning to the quiet places that grounded her garden at Valkill. The simple pleasure of cooking a meal, the scratch of her pen across a page late at night. The world might remember her for speeches and declarations, but she knew that meaning was also found in the everyday. The smell of freshly turned earth, the weight of a loaf of bread still warm from the oven, the quiet companionship of a friend over tea as you drift toward sleep. Think of Eleanor moving through this vast tapestry of history, not as a distant figure, but as a woman who knew doubt and grief, who found joy in small moments, who kept going when the road was hard. The 20th century was a time of extraordinary change, and she helped shape its course, not with grand gestures alone, but with countless acts of attention and care. The same world that brought wars and depressions also brought jazz and poetry, moon landings and medical breakthroughs, the slow, uneven march toward justice. And through it all, she believed in people, in progress, in the possibility of a kinder future. Breathe deeply now, and let the weight of history soften into the quiet of the night. The past is not just a series of events, but a collection of lives lived fully, with all their struggles and sweetness. Eleanor's world was vast and tumultuous, but she found stillness where she could, in a garden, in a kitchen, in the space between words on a page. May you, too, find rest in the knowledge that even the busiest lives have their pauses, their pockets of peace. The night is here, gentle and patient, and tomorrow will come when it's ready. For now, simply be. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Elenor Roosevelt's impact on culture, society, and the very fabric of public life unfolded not in sudden, dramatic shifts, but in the quiet, persistent way that water reshapes stone, slowly, inevitably, with a force that comes from constancy rather than spectacle. She moved through the world with a rare combination of humility and conviction. And in doing so, she redefined what it meant to be a first lady, an activist, and a voice for those who had been overlooked. Her influence was not confined to the halls of power, though she walked them with purpose. It seeped into everyday lives, into the way people thought about justice, equality, and the simple dignity of being seen. In the early years of her public life, the role of a first lady was still a narrowly defined one: hostess, caretaker, a figure of decorum rather than debate. But Eleanor refused to be confined by tradition. She held press conferences, but only for women reporters, ensuring that their voices would not be silenced in a male-dominated field. She wrote a daily newspaper column, My Day, which chronicled not just the affairs of state, but the texture of ordinary life, her visits to schools and hospitals, her conversations with miners and factory workers, her musings on art and literature. These small acts repeated over years, began to shift public perception. The First Lady was no longer just a ceremonial figure. She was a thinker, an advocate, a witness to the struggles and triumphs of the American people. Her work for civil rights was particularly transformative, though it often drew criticism from those who preferred the status quo. In 1939, when the Daughters of the American Revolution barred Marian Anderson, the great African-American contralto, from performing at Constitution Hall, Eleanor resigned her membership in protest. She then helped arrange Anderson's historic concert on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, where 75,000 people gathered under the open sky to hear her voice rise above the shadows of prejudice. It was a moment that resonated far beyond that day, a quiet but unmistakable challenge to the racial divides of the time. Eleanor understood that culture was not separate from justice. Art, music, and storytelling were the very tools that could soften hearts and change minds. During the depths of the Great Depression, she traveled to Appalachia, to the Dust Bowl, to the tenements of crowded cities, not as a distant observer, but as someone who listened, really listened, to the stories of those who had lost everything. She brought those stories back to Washington, not as statistics, but as human beings with names and faces, and she insisted that policies should reflect their dignity. When she visited a West Virginia mining town and saw children with hollow cheeks playing in the dirt, she did not simply offer sympathy. She pushed for better labor laws, for schools, for health care. It was this relentless attention to the overlooked that began to reshape the public's understanding of government's role, not as a distant authority, but as a collective responsibility to care for one another. Her advocacy extended far beyond America's borders. After Franklin's death, when many expected her to retreat from public life, she instead stepped onto the world stage as a delegate to the newly formed United Nations. There, she chaired the committee that drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a document that would become a moral compass for nations emerging from the wreckage of war. The task was painstaking, requiring endless hours of negotiation, of balancing competing ideologies, of finding language that could bridge divides. Some dismissed the declaration as mere words on paper, but Eleanor knew the power of words to shape ideals, to name aspirations that could, over time, become reality. "It isn't enough to talk about peace," she once said. "One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it." The reception of her work was not always warm. She was mocked by some for her plain appearance, her unpolished voice, her refusal to conform to expectations of femininity. Critics called her meddlesome, unrealistic, even dangerous. But with each passing year, as the world inched toward greater justice in fits and starts, her vision seemed less radical and more necessary. The young activists of the civil rights movement, the women who pushed for equal pay and representation, the diplomats who sought to weave a more interconnected world, all stood, in some way, on the ground she had helped prepare. Her cultural footprint can still be felt in the small, enduring ways that ideas take root. The notion that human rights are universal, not conditional. The belief that leadership is not about prestige, but about service. The quiet understanding that change often begins not with grand declarations, but with the decision to pay attention to the worker in the factory, the student in the overcrowded classroom, the refugee far from home. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of how ideas move through time, not in straight lines, but in gentle ripples, spreading outward in ways we cannot always see. Eleanor's life reminds us that transformation is slow, that progress is made not only in laws and speeches, but in the accumulation of small, steadfast acts. The world she helped shape is still unfolding, still becoming, just as the night around you softens gradually into dawn. There is comfort in knowing that the work of building a better world does not rest on any single moment, any single life, but on the countless quiet efforts of those who came before and those who will follow. For now, let the weight of history settle around you like a blanket. The struggles and triumphs of the past are not distant. They live in the air we breathe, the rights we cherish, the connections we forge. Eleanor's legacy is not a monument, but a whisper, a reminder that even in the face of great challenges, there is always room for kindness, for courage, for the belief that tomorrow can be better than today. And as you slip deeper into rest, may you carry that whisper with you, gentle and sure as the turning of the earth toward morning. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There is something quietly remarkable about the way Elenor Rosevelt moved through the world, not with the bluster of power, but with a steady, observant presence. She had a way of noticing what others overlooked, a habit of listening when others might have spoken. One of the lesser-known stories about her begins in the depths of the Great Depression, when she visited a West Virginia coal mining town. The poverty there was staggering. Families living in shacks with dirt floors, children without shoes. Most visitors would have offered sympathy from a distance, but Eleanor did something different. She asked to see the inside of one of the homes. The woman who lived there, embarrassed by the conditions, hesitated, but Eleanor insisted, stepping inside as naturally as if it were her own drawing room. She sat at the kitchen table, listening as the woman spoke about her struggles. This was typical of her, an instinct to bridge the distance between herself and others, to make the abstract real. She carried that same spirit into the White House, where she often hosted unusual guests. One evening, she invited a group of African American educators to dine at the executive mansion. It was a bold move at a time when segregation was still deeply entrenched, and some of the staff were taken aback. But Eleanor refused to bend to convention. When one waiter hesitated to serve the guests, she quietly took the tray from his hands and did it herself. The message was clear. Dignity was not negotiable. Her sense of fairness extended even to small, everyday moments. Once, while traveling by train through the South, she noticed that the black porters were forced to work excessively long hours without proper rest. Quietly, she began tipping them double the usual amount, knowing that their wages were unjustly low. But she didn't stop there. She wrote letters to the railroad companies, urging them to improve working conditions. It was a small act, but it mattered because to her, justice wasn't just about grand gestures. It was about paying attention to the quiet injustices that others might ignore. Perhaps one of the most revealing glimpses into her character came during World War II, when she visited troops stationed in the Pacific. The military brass expected her to stick to the usual script: inspirational speeches, handshakes, and photo opportunities. But Eleanor had other plans. She asked to see the field hospitals, the mess halls, the barracks. She sat with wounded soldiers for hours, not as a dignitary, but as someone who genuinely wanted to hear their stories. One young private, recovering from a severe injury, later recalled how she pulled up a chair beside his bed and asked about his family, his hometown, his hopes for after the war. And even in her personal life, she defied expectations. She learned to fly a plane at the age of 60, not because she needed to, but because she believed one should never stop challenging oneself. She wrote a daily newspaper column for nearly 30 years, sharing her thoughts on everything from politics to parenting, always in a voice that felt like a conversation with a wise friend. And though she was one of the most photographed women in the world, she never quite mastered the art of posing. Her smile was often a little crooked, her posture relaxed rather than regal. People loved her for it because it was real. One of her most enduring qualities was her ability to turn criticism into something useful. When a conservative columnist once mocked her for being too outspoken, she invited him to lunch. By the end of the meal, they hadn't agreed on much, but they had listened to each other, and that, to her, was a kind of progress. She believed that even those who opposed you might have something to teach you, if only you were willing to hear it. Late in her life, someone asked her how she wanted to be remembered. Not as a hero, not as a saint, but as a person who kept showing up, kept paying attention, kept believing that the world could be better. And as you let these stories drift through your mind, like leaves on a slow-moving stream, perhaps you can feel the quiet strength in that, the power of small, steady acts, of listening, of trying. The night is soft around you now, and the stories of Eleanor Roosevelt linger like embers, warm and glowing, reminding you that even in darkness, there are always those who carry the light. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In her later years, Eleanor Roosevelt moved through the world, with the quiet grace of someone who had long since stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. The sharp edges of her early anxieties had softened, not because life had become easier, but because she had learned how to carry its weight without letting it crush her. She still rose early, as she always had, often before the sun had fully stretched its golden fingers across the sky. The morning air would be cool and still as she sat at her desk, her pen gliding across paper, filling page after page with thoughts on justice, equality, and the quiet dignity of ordinary people. Her home in Valkill, a simple stone cottage nestled among the trees of Hyde Park, became a sanctuary, a place where visitors from all walks of life found a listening ear. There was no grand reception hall, no formalities to navigate, just a comfortable chair by the fireplace, a cup of tea, and the steady presence of a woman who believed that every person's story mattered. Diplomats, activists, students, and neighbors all came through her door, and to each she gave the same thoughtful attention. She had a way of making people feel seen, not for their titles or accomplishments, but for the humanity they carried within them. Even as her body began to slow, the arthritis in her hands making writing more difficult, the stairs a little harder to climb, her mind remained as restless as ever. She continued to write her column, My Day, a habit she had maintained for decades, her words a steady rhythm in the lives of her readers. She spoke at rallies, lent her voice to civil rights causes, and tirelessly championed the United Nations, where she had helped draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That document, with its bold assertion that all people were born free and equal, would become one of her most enduring legacies. Some called it idealistic, impossible even, but she had never been afraid of aiming for what others dismissed as too far out of reach. The world, of course, did not always embrace her vision. There were still those who bristled at her insistence on speaking plainly about inequality, who rolled their eyes at her unwavering belief in dialogue over division. But she had long since stopped measuring her worth by the approval of others. Criticism still came, sometimes sharp, sometimes petty, but she greeted it with the same calm curiosity she always had. She would wonder, turning the words over in her mind like stones in a river, searching for the truth hidden beneath the surface. In the evenings, when the light grew dim and the house settled into silence, she would sometimes sit by the window, watching the shadows lengthen across the lawn. Those quiet moments were when she allowed herself to reflect, not with regret, but with a quiet curiosity about the path her life had taken. She thought of the shy, uncertain girl she had once been, the young woman who had struggled to find her voice in a world that expected her to be seen and not heard. She thought of the losses she had endured: her parents, her husband, friends who had passed before her, and how grief had shaped her as much as joy had. And she thought of all the small, seemingly insignificant choices that had led her here: a letter answered, a hand extended, a conversation begun when it would have been easier to walk away. Her last years were filled not with grand gestures, but with the same steady work that had defined her life. She traveled when she could, though her health made it harder. She wrote letters to friends and strangers alike, her handwriting now a little shaky, but her words as clear as ever, and she continued to advocate for peace, for justice, for the idea that no one was beyond redemption. When young activists asked her for advice, she never offered grand speeches about changing the world. Instead, she told them to start where they were, to do what they could, to remember that even the smallest act of kindness or courage sent ripples outward in ways they might never see. When she passed away in 1962, the world mourned not just a former First Lady, but a woman who had become something far rarer, a moral compass in uncertain times. Tributes poured in from every corner of the globe, from presidents and paupers alike. But perhaps the most touching were the letters from ordinary people, the factory worker who had read her column every morning, the young girl who had written to her about dreams of becoming a doctor, the veteran who remembered her visits to hospitals during the war. Her presence, a quiet reassurance that he had not been forgotten. These were the lives she had touched, not with grand decrees, but with the simple, unwavering belief that every person mattered. In the years since, her legacy has grown in ways she might never have imagined. Schools and streets bear her name. Awards are given in her honor, and historians still pore over her writings, searching for wisdom in her words. But her true monument is not in statues or plaques. It is in the uncounted acts of courage and compassion she inspired in others. It is in the teacher who pushes her students to think critically, the neighbor who stands up against injustice, the young person who writes a letter to a leader, because Eleanor once proved that a single voice could make a difference. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, let her story settle over you like a quiet blanket. Think of the way she moved through the world, not with the loud certainty of someone who had all the answers, but with the gentle persistence of someone who kept asking the right questions. Think of how she found light in darkness, hope in hardship, and how she never stopped believing that the world could be better, even when the evidence seemed thin. The night is deep now, the stars like distant witnesses to the quiet endurance of good hearts, and somewhere in the stillness, perhaps you can almost hear her voice, soft but steady, reminding you that trying is enough, that showing up matters, that even now, in the quiet of your own life, you carry forward some small piece of the light she once held. Sleep well, knowing that the world is still shaped by such quiet courage, and that, in its own way, is a kind of miracle. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Elenor Roosevelt's voice still lingers in the quiet spaces where justice is spoken softly, but firmly, where kindness is offered without expectation, and where the belief in human dignity remains unshaken by time. Even now, decades after her passing, the ripples of her life continue to spread, touching new generations who may never have met her, but who carry her spirit forward in their own quiet acts of courage. She was never one for grand declarations, not in the way history often remembers its loudest figures. Instead, she worked in the steady rhythm of persistence, writing, speaking, listening, always insisting that every person, no matter how overlooked, deserved to be seen. It was in this insistence that she shaped something far greater than herself, something that would outlast her, something that would quietly reshape the world long after she was gone. Think of how she sat at her typewriter late into the night, drafting her newspaper column, My Day, her words flowing in measured, thoughtful prose. She did not write to shock or to demand attention. She wrote to remind people of what was possible, of how small acts of decency could accumulate into something vast. Today, those same principles live on in the journalists and storytellers who believe that change begins with bearing witness, with refusing to let suffering go unnoticed. The tradition of advocacy journalism, of using words to illuminate injustice, owes much to her quiet but unrelenting example. Or consider the way she redefined the role of First Lady, not as a silent figure in the background, but as a voice that could not be ignored. She held press conferences, traveled to places others would not go, and spoke openly about poverty, racism, and the rights of women. In doing so, she laid the groundwork for every First Lady who came after her, each one finding her own way to expand the boundaries of what was expected. Michelle Obama's work on education and military families, or Hillary Clinton's advocacy for health care, all echo Eleanor's belief that influence should be used, not hoarded, that power is meaningless if it does not lift others. Her fingerprints are there, too, in the movements that have reshaped our world. When young activists march for civil rights, for gender equality, for the rights of refugees, they walk a path she helped to clear, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which she championed with quiet determination, remains a guiding light for organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. The idea that rights belong not just to some, but to all, that no one should be excluded from the promise of dignity, was not a given in her time. She helped make it so. That sentence, so simple, has been whispered in moments of doubt by countless people who never knew her, but who found in her words a kind of companionship, a reminder that fear does not have to be the end of the story. Even now, her legacy is not frozen in time. It breathes, shifts, adapts. New generations reinterpret her ideas, sometimes challenging them, sometimes expanding them. Where she spoke of human rights, young activists today ask, whose humanity has yet to be fully recognized. Where she pushed for women's equality, modern feminists examine the intersections of race, class, and identity that she, in her time, could not fully see. This is not a dismissal of her work, but but a continuation of it, the natural evolution of a legacy that was never meant to stand still. In schools, her name is spoken with reverence, but not as a relic of the past. Students learn about her not just as a historical figure, but as someone whose questions still matter. What does it mean to live ethically in an unjust world? How do we use our privileges to dismantle the systems that created them? These are the questions she asked, and they are the same ones that guide activists, teachers, and everyday people today. And then there are the places where her presence is felt in unexpected ways. The community centers that operate on the belief that no one is disposable. The mutual aid networks that sprung up in times of crisis. The quiet volunteers who show up day after day, not for recognition, but because it is the right thing to do. These are the living threads of her legacy, woven into the fabric of ordinary lives. The night is soft around you now, the air still, the world hushed. It is easy in such quiet to imagine that the past is far away, that the struggles of those who came before us belong to another time. But Eleanor's life reminds us that the past is never truly gone. It lingers in the laws that protect the vulnerable, in the conversations that challenge injustice, in the unshakable belief that a better world is possible. She once wrote that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And here, in the stillness, you can almost feel the truth of those words, how dreams, when nurtured by enough hands, become reality, how the work of one woman, done with quiet determination, can ripple outward in ways she might never have imagined. So, as you drift toward sleep, let the thought comfort you that the world is still being shaped by such quiet courage, that somewhere, someone is reading her words for the first time, feeling that spark of possibility, that the work goes on, not with fanfare, but with the steady persistence she once embodied. Rest now, knowing that even in the dark, the light she carried has not gone out. It simply passed into other hands. And that, perhaps, is the most enduring miracle of all. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. There is a certain kind of magic in the way we remember historical figures, especially those like Elenor Rosevelt, whose presence in the public imagination is so vivid, so enduring. Over time, their stories become polished smooth like river stones, stripped of rough edges, softened into something easily held in the mind. But the truth, as always, is far richer, far more complicated, and far more human. One of the most persistent myths about Eleanor is that she was always a fearless champion of justice, a woman who stepped effortlessly into her role as a leader. But the reality is that she, like so many of us, carried doubts. She grew up in a world that told women to be small, to stay quiet, to let men shape the course of things. And for many years, she did just that. It was only after deep personal struggles, after heartbreak and disillusionment, that she found her voice. She did not wake up one morning and decide to change the world, she grew into it, day by day, choice by choice. Another common misunderstanding is that her marriage to Franklin Roosevelt was simply a political partnership, a carefully arranged alliance for the sake of power. But their relationship was far more layered than that. There was love there, yes, but also pain, betrayal, and eventually an unspoken understanding. Eleanor did not stay with him out of obligation alone. She stayed because she recognized that their shared work was bigger than their private sorrows. She learned to channel her grief into purpose, to turn loneliness into action. And in doing so, she redefined what partnership could mean. We often hear that Eleanor was universally beloved, that her kindness and wisdom won hearts wherever she went. But history tells a different story. She was mocked in newspapers, called unfeminine, even dangerous. Some accused her of meddling in affairs that were not her concern: human rights, labor laws, racial equality. She received hate mail, threats, the kind of venom reserved for those who dare to upset the status quo. And yet, she never stopped. She understood that being liked was not the point. Being just, that was the point. There is also a tendency to remember her as a solitary figure, a lone voice speaking truth to power. But Eleanor knew better than anyone that change is never made alone. She surrounded herself with thinkers, activists, and ordinary people whose stories she carried with her into the halls of power. She listened to garment workers, to sharecroppers, to young people who had been cast aside by the world. She knew that the real work happened not in grand speeches, but in quiet conversations, in letters exchanged late at night, in the slow, patient building of alliances. Perhaps the most overlooked part of her legacy is how deeply she understood the cost of leadership. She did not emerge from her battles unscathed. There were days when the weight of the world pressed down so heavily that she wondered if she could go on. She wrote about these moments with startling honesty: her fatigue, her moments of despair, the way she sometimes felt like an imposter in her own life. But she kept going anyway, not because she was fearless, but because she knew that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to act despite it. And then there is the way we remember her words, those timeless quotes that float through history like feathers on the wind. We repeat them without always understanding the weight behind them, the lived experience that shaped them. When she wrote that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, she was not speaking from a place of untested optimism. She had seen dreams crushed, her own included. She knew how fragile hope could be, and yet she still chose to believe, not because it was easy, but because she had learned through sorrow and struggle that it was necessary. The work she did was rarely glamorous. It was meetings in cramped rooms, long train rides to forgotten towns, the tedious drafting of resolutions that might never see the light of day. She understood that progress is not a single, shining moment. It is the accumulation of small, uncelebrated acts A letter written, a hand extended, a quiet refusal to look away when others would rather not see. So as you settle into the quiet of the night, let go of the simplified version of her story, the saintly figure, the untouchable icon. Remember instead the woman who doubted, who ached, who sometimes wondered if anything she did mattered. Remember that her greatness lay not in perfection, but in her willingness to keep trying, to keep reaching, even when the path was unclear. And if there is comfort to be found in her legacy, perhaps it is this, that we, too, are allowed to be flawed, to be uncertain, to move forward even when we are not sure of the way, because change does not demand heroes. It only asks for people who are willing to show up, day after day, with whatever strength they have. Rest now, knowing that even the mightiest oaks were once small seeds, that even the brightest lights began as a flicker in the dark. The work is never finished. The story is still being written, and somewhere, even now, someone is picking up where she left off. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter as we drift toward the quiet end of Eleanor Roosevelt's story. Let us linger for a moment in the soft glow of her legacy, like the last embers of a fire that has warmed so many. Her life was not a straight path, not a simple ascent to greatness, but a winding journey of quiet courage, of small steps taken even when the destination was unclear. She was a woman who carried the weight of sorrow and doubt, who knew what it was to feel unseen. And yet she chose, again and again, to turn her wounds into wisdom, her loneliness into love for the world. Think of how she moved through history, not as a distant figure on a pedestal, but as a living, breathing presence. She walked through coal mines to speak with workers, sat in crowded tenements listening to mothers worry over their children, stood before world leaders to insist that human dignity was not negotiable. She wrote, not with the polished certainty of an expert, but with the raw honesty of someone still figuring things out. Her newspaper column, My Day, was a window into an ordinary life made extraordinary by her willingness to show up, to care, to keep learning. And then there were the nights she spent typing by lamplight, drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, words that would echo across borders and generations. She called it her greatest work, not because it was perfect, but because it was born from the belief that every person, no matter how small or forgotten, deserved to be seen. She knew the document would not fix everything, but she also knew that light, however faint, could still push back the dark. Today, her name is spoken in classrooms and conference halls, etched into awards and buildings, but her truest monument is quieter, softer, the way her example still nudges people toward kindness, toward courage, activists invoking her words before a march, teachers sharing her letters with students who feel alone, parents reading her biography to children who need to hear that even the shyest among us can find their voice. Her legacy is not frozen in time. It breathes in the quiet moments when someone chooses to listen instead of judge, to act instead of despair. She would have been the first to remind us that she was no saint. She lost her temper, made mistakes, sometimes wondered if her efforts mattered at all. But that is the very heart of her gift to us, the permission to be human, to stumble and rise again. She showed that change does not require perfection, only persistence. That a single candle held steady can light the way for others. Now, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let her story settle over you like a gentle blanket. Think of how many lives she touched, not with grand gestures, but with small, steady acts of love. Think of how her light still flickers in the kindness of strangers, in the quiet work of those who carry on her fight for justice. The seeds she planted have grown into forests, and though she is gone, her voice still whispers in the wind, reminding us that no act of compassion is ever wasted. Close your eyes now and imagine her as she was in her later years, sitting by a window, watching the sunset paint the sky in soft hues of gold and lavender. Her hands, once busy with the work of the world, are folded peacefully in her lap. There is no need for hurry, no need to worry over what is left undone. The work continues, carried forward by all those who believe, as she did, that a better world is possible. So rest, dear listener, wrapped in the quiet assurance that even the longest journey begins with a single step, that even the smallest light can guide the way. Let your breathing slow, your thoughts grow soft, as the night cradles you in its stillness. The stars overhead are the same ones that shone on Eleanor's walks through the gardens of Hyde Park, the same ones that will shine for generations yet to come. And as you drift toward sleep, know this: her story is part of yours now, and somewhere in the quiet of tomorrow, you too will take up the work, in your own way, in your own time. Sleep well, dream deeply. The world will wait for you until morning.